the space to allow elections as a measure, of course, democratic governance precedents that is happening across Sadc, just like in other country. But I also foresee a hijack of such movements by external forces, which then tampers with the principle of sovereignty, the respect of such boundaries and the voices of the citizens of Sadc. And this is where the clash now will begin to come in, because remember, the founding fathers of this bloc, and in particular of Africa, who cannot watch that happening, because this will be actually tampering with the values on why we went out to war. Now, if you see an interference, definitely there's a clash coming in with the opposition movements. It is very, very tricky, but I think Sadc must move steadfast and probably unapologetically take a stance on issues of protecting that which we can, so that we can step on that and move forward as a region.
Yes, Lucy.
twalomba tuli kuinkhira kunembo katumuyethera zikonse izili kuchitika tuli kulanga ikuti kutika muli kutulanga a screen kuli kuponeka ikusika ikwa ma president asiyene abo ibali kutambulwa nkukokya kubhuwa kya ndege elia Robert Gabriel Mugabe International Airport kabali kusika kabaza kumuswangano imupati ulangilidwe ikusanguna muchindi ichifwifwi ichibola aone tuli kupambira ikumvwa ikuti bo ibapati nze zili nzibali kupamba kakulangidwe miswangano iyande ndeni yakachitika kuzwa mu 17 ikuzosika mubuzuba ibwasuno kuseni nikwali kuchitikwa miswangano isiyene mbanga sikubika anthu omwe zikambo zikonse zikaka kwa mu miswangano njiyeyo mpawo ibalupati ibanyika babe imbabo ibabungana gabali kumvukana nakabali kuza akuti nze zili izinga zivachitwa kampatira takatarisa zvikuru sei nyaya yekusagadzikana ku Democratic Republic of Congo nenyaya yekuti kuna kugadzikana zvakanaka pari zvino paskrini epapa tiri kuonaka kusvika kwemumwe mutungamiri wenyika vari kugamuchirwa ku nhandare yendege vanova ivo mutevedzeri wemutungamiri wenyika yeSouth Africa vasvika kumusangano wakakosha sezvo ndiri kutaura kuti musangano uyu musangano uri kutanga munguva pfupi inotevera apo vatungamiri venyika dzemuSadc vanenge vakasangana vachitaura vekhuluma ngendaba ezichiyeneyo sikhangela imihlangano echiyeneyo lapha bazake bekhangela ukuthi kuyini okwaxoxiswa nayo namhlanje bazaphuma lani kuyini okuzakwenzakala mission to Democratic Republic of Congo kuzayenzakalani njengoba kukhangelelwa ukuthi iyaqeda umsebenzi wayo 15 December kuyini sokubelani okukhona khona ngale kumele iqhubekele phambili sebenza yini kumbe kumele hayi sokulungile kumbe kunjani kulokuhlaliseka yini abantu abanengi kabasela ndawo zokuhlala abantu abanengi sebe lendubo ngenxa yokulwisana okukhona khona ngale ngase Democratic Republic of Congo.
Very, very critical there, Lucy. Of course, that was the arrival of Vice President of South Africa, Paul Mashatile, as Lucy mentioned. Just as a reminder that the summit that is taking place today, the extraordinary summit, is a build-up, is a result of other summits that took place from the 17th, and we know that today is the last day of this extraordinary summit. But from the 17th, we had the meeting of the senior officials of the Ministerial Committee of the organ. We also had for the meeting of the Ministerial Committee of the organ on the 17th of November, the Standing Committee of Senior Officials and Finance Committee on the 18th of November. We also had the Council of Ministers meeting again on the 18th, and the senior officials of the organ traker on the 19th, that's yesterday, as well as the Ministerial Committee of the organ traker again yesterday. And earlier today we had the organ traker summit. I want to touch particularly, Doctor, on the meeting by the finance ministers. Of course, we know that it also has a bearing on the agenda of the summit, because the issue of financing, support and resources actually came out of the discussions when they were talking about the need to give resources, particularly from member states, to the forces in the DRC. At some point it was raised that we do not need to go out of Sadc to look for finance, because when finance comes from outside of Sadc, it has strings attached. How important is it for Sadc member states to be able to finance their own operations using their own resources?
Well, thank you so very much. It is very, very true. It is unfortunate at this point in time, beyond the DRC standby force financing, we have humanitarian aid that is needed. We had a lot that needs to be put in place, but we are still having proposals going to the EU. We are still having proposals going to US aid. It defeats logic, because part of the DRC conflict is the question of resources, where we have the Western powers also interested. Actually, part of the equipping of those rebels is coming in with the question of resources. Who is equipping as such? So you would realize that it's a high time we begin to look inward and attend to issues which the president has been highlighting on the agenda, even out of the 44th Sadc summit. The issue of revisiting the beneficiation and value addition of our own resources, natural resources. The issue of strengthening the economy of Sadc. We must be able to self-sustain in terms of finance. Without such, our powers are a little bit traded. We are at stuck there. So I think we need to visit the issue of financing of Sadc operations, and of course the issues emanating within the region. So as far as this mission is concerned, I want to believe that personally, looking at the state of things in the DRC, if I were to lobby, I would actually be lobbying for the extension of the mission if resources were not an issue, because we need to deal with issues of displacements. We need to deal with trapped women, children,
even
and so
rebuilding.
forth. Rebuilding. So surely if we expect the West or the East to assist our member state, then there is something missing there. We need to be able to begin right now to come up with the Sadc basket funding. Today we have got Zimbabwe trapped in the jaws of these economic targeted sanctions. We need actually to have Sadc countries not to be set against each other, to be set on competition by the West, to as if they are the headmasters of Sadc or of Africa. We need to begin to regain our own indeed,
self-sustenance.
Of course. So without such fundamentals, we are actually a little bit compromised, or we need to revisit such. So because of this precision of our meetings ahead of this head of state summit, I want to believe that they were expediting such crucial issues, and we are all our eyebrows are actually high, waiting to see what could be the outcome. But definitely we need people-centered outcomes, and we need to begin to revisit how can innovation assist us to pool resources, how can ICT, how can our construction industries, how can we harmonize this agenda at hand so that we can self-sustain as a region.
Yes,
ayikho ke muli yeZimbabwe liyazizwela ukuthi usikhwica mfundo wethu lapho uyachasisa ke ukuthi indaba zemali ngezinye ke indaba ezinganceda ukuthi njenge-Sadc singabanikazi bamazwe sikwanise ukuncedana sisodwa, singakakhangeli ukuthi uzibani wangaphetsheya engasinceda, ngoba uzibani ubuya lo ncedo lwakhe olulezinto azifunayo yena ngokwakhe ukuthi ngingakunika lokhu wena uzanginika lokhu. Ngokunjalo sokudinga ke ukuthi amazwe ase-Sadc abe yiwo abambanayo, azi ukuthi anganceda kanjani, angancedana kanjani. Omunye nxa elodubo singamnceda kanjani, omunye nxa ephakathi kwenkinga engaphuma njani, simkhipha sisodwa. Kungela ukuthi sidinga uzibani wangentshonalanga kumbe uzibani wangempumalanga, sincedane sisodwa sikhona pha ngase-Sadc singabanikazi bayo nje sindawonye.
Ndizvo chaizvo zvinofanira kuitika kana tichiti nyika inovakwa nevana yayo, Sadc inovakwa nevana yayo. Hatirevi kuti hatibetserekiwo kubva kuvavakidzani, asi zvizhinji zvinotiendesa mberi zvinofana kunge zvabva kwatiri. Inguva zvino yasvika yekuti sevana veSadc nezvatati taona zvaitika nerubatsiro rwatakambopiwa nezuro, rubatsiro rumwe runopinda rwakavanda tichizoona takutanga kukonana nepamwe paunoshaya kuti ko zviri kubva kupi inyaya iyoyi yemari iyi. Ndinoona sokuti zvinhu zvakakosha patasvika seSADC kuti tigone kubatsirana isu pachedu, tisapinzwa matingati mucompetition yokuendesa maresources edu kunze uku. Yodzoka mari iya yakupiwa vamwe vachimhanya torwisana. Patinenge tichirwisana isu pachedu, vaya vanonhonga zviri pasi, vari kutora oil, vari kutora goridhe, vari kutora madiamonds. Ndizvo zvandinoona zvakakosha panguva ino kuti vatungamiriri vedu vakasangana kudai vatarise munyaya dzakaita saidzodzo kuti tigone kuzvimiririra pachedu. Takaiwana political independence, tinoramba tichifanira kuichengetedza, asika takuda kuona kuti pane zveupfumi ndezvipi zvatingaita kuti zvimiririre. Tiri nyika kana kuti tiri dunhu rakagara rakaropafadzwa kudhara, tinazvo zvakatikomberedza zvakawanda zvinogona kutiendesa mberi senyika.
mbovali kupandulula ikuti nzintu inchintu chikolondo ikapati ikujatana mukati ikaSADC mbuli inyika izika muSADC gatuli anthu omwe oyu muswangano wali kulanga atala ikampatila azilangene atala azikamali mukati ikaSADC muswangano iwakachitwa izona abasulutwe iba ntabi izikandena iba muSADC apo ibali kulanga ikuti nze zili izinga zilachitwa abobo tuli kulinda ikuzomvwa kuti nze zili zikakazwa mukati kamuswangano kuti pava kaungana semakurukota ndezvipi zvakabuda vachaita sei tigone kubatsirika seSADC.
Very, very critical issues are raised there, Lucy, and thank you so much, Doctor, for explaining how the region should move forward together. I want you to perhaps touch on an issue that has been on the public media, social media. When people say SADC should intervene, SADC should intervene, SADC should intervene, the expectation of the public within the regional bloc is that whenever there is a crisis or whenever there is a conflict, minor or major, in any member state, SADC should immediately intervene. What are the processes or what are the protocols that SADC follows before it intervenes or before it rallies support towards a member state? What happens?
Well, thank you so very much. Maybe I will take you to the principle of sovereignty. Sovereignty respects the boundaries and the powers within a member state. And even if you are at a regional bloc, even the UN itself, unless a crucial resolution is passed with actually a convincing consensus, you cannot intervene in a member state without their consent or request. And part of their request also defines the kind of request which they may, the assistance which they may want. So it's not every time that Peter and John, they are in disagreement, then they are calling SADC to come through. I can tell you that even SADC, with the wisdom of SADC as a bloc itself, it has got a number of protocols that are signed on when and how can they also intervene. And so there is also, on the other hand, the diplomacy. Diplomacy generally operates outside the public domain. Why we are enjoying the peace we are having today as a region, when you look at NATO itself, it's burning in their own region. We have seen what has been happening with ECOWAS. We have seen a number of regional blocs internationally, and of course part of the other regions. We see the symptoms, the burnings that are happening. But how come we are relatively at peace post the formation of SADC? You would realize that the diplomatic arrangements are happening every day. Diplomatic engagements are happening every day. So by way of appreciating or observing this peace, you must know that something is happening. It's not every time that the bloc will just intervene. Otherwise, it will be an invasion. So an invasion is definitely also another breach, which the bloc cannot, of course, risk, because we respect that in every member state there are instruments that are there. The constitution is there, and they've got other treaties which they would have signed, which are ratified and domesticated in the very, very member states. So all those things are exhausted before we think of actually inviting Sadc, inviting the AU, inviting these regional and international bodies. So it is important to note that we are still in control. Sometimes even member states, they will still be in control. It's not always that we need things to happen in our...
Ndizvo mubvunzo wabvunzwa kapanapana Justin Mahlahla wekuti sei vanhu vakawanda vari kungoti Sadc ngaipindire, kadiki kaitika Sadc ngaipindire, Sadc ngauye, Sadc yati chii, Sadc chakati. Saka muri yeZimbabwe ndofunga muri kuzvinzwira kuti apasi pese panonzi vana vatorerana sadza kana kuti vana varovana, Sadc yopindira. Zvine mitemo, zvine maprotocols anenge achitevedzerwa. Nyika nenyika ine kuzvitonga kwayo kuzere, inonzi iyo sovereignty, sezvavari kutaura kuti apana patingamhanya Sadc chair tozviti tiri macheya tauya kuzokuonai kuti sei muri kuita noise, sei mazodai. Zvine mitemo inofanira kunge ichitevedzerwa, ndosaka pamwe pacho munozofunga kuti kwanzi Sadc yakanyarara. Sadc inenge ichitevedzera mitemo yayo yakatarwa, yatinenge takasainirana senyika kuti tichatedzera kubva apa neapa, kusvikira nyika yacho iyoyo ine dambudziko yazviona kuti ine dambudziko, veduwe tibatsirei nepakati nepakati. Yikho-ke okuchasiswayo lapho ukuthi iSadc kayiphongusukuma, nxa ingaphongusukuma nje sokuyikungena elizweni labanye, sokuyikuyephula-ke imithetho yalelo lizwe, lokwephula imithetho yakhona eyeSadc ngokwayo, ngoba yinto ekumele ilandelwe ngemithetho ebekiweyo, imithetho eyasayinelwa nayo phakathi kwamazwe wona lawa aweSadc. Ayisiyo nto yokuthi sihlale simphongu uthi sesisukumile sesibuye.
Thank you so much, Lucy, and thank you so much, Dr. Mpambe. At this moment, we are crossing over to Mount Hamden, the new Parliament building, which is hosting this extraordinary summit of Sadc heads of state and government. Will be following proceedings from there.
Tinokuchingamidza zvakare muri yeZimbabwe kwamuri kwose kumativi mana enyika, vamwe muri kunze kwenyika, tichikupaika zviri kuitika kuno kuMount Hamden kuNew Parliament Building kune musangano wenyika dzemudunhu reSadc kunziwo Sadc Extraordinary Summit of Heads of State and Government, watakanga tichikutaura nezvawo kwemazuva mazhinji, uye takaona misangano mizhinji ichiitwa kubva musi weSunday emakurukota ehurumende vachikurukura nyaya dzechikuita nerunyararo mudunhu reSadc. So nhasi uno tiri kuona vatungamiri venyika dzemuSadc vachange vari pano, vamwe vatosvika, vamwe vari kusvika kuti vachikurukura nhaurwa dzechikuita nerunyararo zvirikutotarisa nyaya dzekusagadzikana kuEastern DRC. Mutungamiri wenyika yeZimbabwe vanhu vesachigaro veSadc Comrade Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa ndo vachange vachitungamirira musangano uri kuitwa nhasi uno. Umongameli welizwe Comrade Emerson Mnangagwa uzave khona namhlanje lapha abanye abakhokeli bamanye amazwe sebefikile ukuthi bahlaziye ukungahlaliseki okukhona elizweni leDRC, bebona ukuthi bangahlanganisa amakhanda abo kunye kwini okungenziwa ukuze kube lokuthula eDRC. Kuzokhangelwa njalo indaba ezitshiyeneyo ezibalisela ukhetho oluqhutshweyo kwamanye amazwe emhlulweni neSadc. Lo khetho luzaba khona eNamibia. So nazabe silipha wonke uzabe kusenzakala lapha eNew Parliament Building. Elami igama nguWadzanayi Mombera, angihambi ngedwa lomunye wami uMochanda.
We warmly welcome the viewers from different parts of the country, Zimbabwe, as well as all our viewers from the Sadc region, as well as the rest of the continent and the globe, who are watching this live broadcast from Mount Hampden, the new Parliament building, bringing to you the broadcast of the extraordinary summit of Sadc heads of state and government. And it is today where we will see the main event, which will be happening soon. soon, where we will see the President of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, who assumed the Sadc chairmanship in August. He is the Sadc chairperson, and he will be leading this main event, which will be centering on those issues which have to do with peace and stability in the regional bloc. Of course, one of the biggest priorities for the region is peace and stability, and this brings about the region's development, the region's infrastructure development issues. It also brings about investment for the regional bloc, as well as issues to do with intra-trade, issues to do with development, among many positives for the region. But it is going to be an interesting event as we get to see what is going to transpire in terms of the recommendations that have been set forth, the precursor meetings prior to the extraordinary summit of Sadc heads of state and government meeting, which will be happening later today. And so issues of peace and security in the region, where we've seen disturbances in eastern parts of Mozambique, eastern parts of the DRC, where we've seen insurgent groups, we've seen rebel groups, the M23, who have brought a lot of instability in those parts, and hence we saw the Sadc region being destabilized by those issues in terms of disruption in some of those activities to do with trade, among many other issues. So it was the Sadc mission which was sent, deployed to ensure that they brought about a peace and stability in those parts. But earlier this year, we then saw a rise in incidences in those parts once again. And so we will get to see, with the recommendations that will be brought about at this extraordinary summit, will they be an extension to the mission as mandate to bring about that stability? But also, we've seen a lot of issues with regard some of those disturbances in parts of Mozambique, where we saw reports of Cabo Delgado being affected by some of those insurgent terrorist groups. Parts of Mozambique and Cabo Delgado were also affected, hence bringing about displacement of persons in those parts. So peace and security being very key in terms of the conversations that will be brought about here at this main event. And we will also get to hear in terms of recommendations, in terms of how is the region going to ensure that they promote more of that peace and stability in the region. How do they integrate the issues of peace and stability for the region in order for that economic growth to transpire? After all, with the theme that is speaking to development, it is speaking to issues of industrialization. Without peace and stability, that industrialization is then slowed down. So key to these issues is peace and stability. But more so, to the mandate of this agenda, we also know that there have been elections in parts of the Sadc bloc. We saw elections in Botswana, we saw elections in Mauritius, there were elections as well in Mozambique, but we are going to be seeing the upcoming elections that will be happening in Namibia as well. That is November 27, and it is important that the region continues to maintain that peace and smooth transitions of electoral processes, and this is definitely going to be one of the issues in terms of a review of the processes, and if they are in place, and if they can also be maximized in ensuring that these systems work for the region.
Icho kwadi Monica wanga uchitaura nyaya yesarudzo dzakaita kunana Botswana, Mauritius nekumozambique. Tikatarisa kuBotswana takaona vakanga vari mutungamiri wekuBotswana vaMokwetsi Masisi vachipanana tingati emasimba zvakanaka naka tingati transition here navadhuma bhoko vakapinda. Zvinova ndo zviri kukurudzirwa nyangwe musangano reSadc kuti kana pachinge paitikwa sarudzo, kana pachinge paine kuti nguva yemaelections yakwana, vanhu vanotambidzana masimba ekutonga zvakanaka sezvakaitwa kuBotswana. Ichokwadi kuti dzimwe sarudzo dzakaitwa kuMozambique kuchine zvichida kugadziriswa. kuMauritius kwakaitwa zvakare maelections. Takaona zvakare kuti kuNamibia kuchaitwa maelections. Ndo dzimwe dzenyaya dziri kukurukurwa dingindira kana kuti chivavariro yeSadc iri nyaya yekuti pave nerunyararo, pave nekugadzikana mukati medunhu reSadc. Ndo zviri kukosha mukati mezuva ranhasi, ndo zviri kukosha mukukurukurwa mukati mezuva ranhasi, tichimirira kusvika kwevatungamiri vanyika toda kuti zvakare vanhu tizive kuti mutungamiri weMozambique vaFilipe Nyusi vari kubva kusvika pano panew parliament building kuuya zvakare kumusangano unokosha weSADC heads of state and government summit uri extraordinary. Tinozva kuti kuMozambique kuri kubva vaNyusi ndokunge kwakaitwa sarudzo kuchine nyaya dzisati dzanyatsopera, so vaNyusi vari pano zvakare zopinda musangano unokosha more.
And I'm sure for our viewers, if we are going to try and see, I'm not so sure if our camera person is able to pan and show the viewers at home some of the vehicles that are making their entrance. We do understand that the President of Mozambique, His Excellency Filipe Nyusi, has arrived for the extraordinary summit of SADC heads of state and government. And His Excellency Filipe Nyusi, the issues that are happening in his country, Mozambique, with regards some of those issues in terms of Cabo Delgado, where there were those insurgent groups that brought some of those disturbances. But we also saw after the elections of Mozambique, there were some issues that transpired, which of course have brought about some concerns for the region. But to give us a sense of what has been happening in terms of the summit itself, the extraordinary summit itself, we are now joined by a foreign editor, our ZBC foreign editor, Orlene Dory. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Monica.
It is the main day, the main event, and it is the extraordinary summit of SADC heads of state and government. Let's get to have a sense of what has transpired. Give us a rundown of what has been happening at this mountain at Mount Hampton for the extraordinary summit of SADC heads of state and government.
It has been truly a busy couple of days since the Secretariat announced the holding of this extraordinary summit. That also saw the meeting of the SADC heads of Troika. So since Sunday, we saw the meeting of the Ministerial Committee of the Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation, meeting to deliberate mainly on the issue of the Democratic Republic of Congo. As obviously we might now know, the mission of the summit DRC that was deployed in December last year is coming to an end. And the situation in the Eastern DRC has, according to the SADC Executive Secretary, seen a bit of calming down, but efforts need to continue, and therefore the heads of states are now meeting to say, how can we extend, should we extend, and what is the best way forward for the situation in the DRC, as this peace in the DRC is peace within region, and that will of course issue of development within SADC.
We also saw earlier there was the SADC Organ Troika summit that took place earlier today. Could you also give us a sense of what was happening in those meetings?
So, as you might be aware, SADC Troika currently is made up of Tanzania, Malawi and Zambia, and the meeting was chaired by Zanzibar's Dr. Mwinyi, and they said the SADC is taking the issue of the DRC seriously, and they said let's redouble our efforts as a region. And we also heard the Executive Secretary saying diligence and resilience need to be put into the issue of the DRC, as this is a issue that speaks directly to the vision of the bloc: economic development, regional integration, peace and stability. And over the years, we have seen the Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation making a significant strides. As we might be aware, during the last Heads of State summit held right here in Mount Hampton, the Secretariat in the communique released that, you know, the Kingdom of Lesotho is now no longer on the issue of the Troika. Why? Because dialogue was able to bring the situation down to normalcy. Dialogue was able to bring this Kingdom of Lesotho in a peaceful environment, and this is what they want for the DR Congo. We have seen over the years issues have arisen, and the Organ Troika has come together and deliberated and say, what can we do, what can the regional bloc do in order to find a lasting peace, which is a key component of the regional bloc, which is the key component of not only SADC but the African Union and the United Nations. So the various articles that the summit DRC was deployed is the same articles that the heads of state will today deliberate and say, how can the region do to move forward?
The various heads of state and government arriving. I'm sure for the viewers they can have a sense of what is transpiring here. But Olene, let's talk to the issues of peace and stability with regards to regional integration, issues of development. How crucial is it that we have that peace and stability? But just before you respond to that, we do understand that our president, His Excellency the President, Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, who is a chairperson of Sadc, has just arrived at Olene. And speaking to the chairperson of Sadc, he is going to be leading this main event, the extraordinary summit of Sadc heads of state and government. Expectations for this main event?
Expectations are that these regionals are going to find a solution for the DR Congo. We have stated when he met with the executive secretary on Monday, the executive secretary said we had a fruitful discussion with the chairperson of Sadc, and he said he is committed to leading the regional bloc to finding the solution for the DR Congo. We have no doubt that the Sadc heads of state are going to come together along with other member states to really bring our heads together, bring their heads together and find a solution to the crisis unfolding in Eastern DR Congo.
You speak of the crisis in DRC. It is the largest internal displacement that has happened. A huge humanitarian crisis, 7.3 million displaced citizens in those parts. It speaks to how it affects the region as a whole. Let's talk about the issues of cooperation, the issues of integration. How is it the region is supposed to be very concerned by issues of peace and stability, especially with regards integration, with regards cooperation?
You spoke about 7.5 million people displaced. That is a huge number. The DR Congo is a rich, mineral-rich country. And not only is this instability stifling the growth of the DR Congo, we have that movement, people movement between the DR Congo and within the region. We have also talking about the northern Kivu, the displacements, the affected women and children affected within the conflict. So it's a major issue that the Sadc heads of state have to discuss. Issues of children protection, issues of ending child soldiers, issues of, moving forward. The country has to move forward. Eventually, the DRC has to move forward beyond the conflict, beyond this war, and find itself towards building towards sustainable development.
Sustainable development is key. We also speak about industrialization. Prior to this extraordinary summit of Sadc heads of state and government, Zimbabwe hosted the Sadc summit, and the precursor to that was the Sadc Industrialization Week. Obviously, when we're speaking to the growth of the region itself, if we are going to be seeing economic growth and seeing more emerging economies, we need to see peace and security. Now, let's talk about how the region itself has fared despite the issues of disturbances in DRC and those disturbances in Mozambique.
The region is fairly peace. The region, as compared to the eastern parts of Africa, as compared to the Horn of Africa, as compared to other parts, the Darfur region, Sadc is a region that has experienced peace in the last couple of years. Spiteful wars here and there, Cabo Delgado. You'll find this, according to other people, it's an issue that can be addressed. And if we are to compare what is happening within Sadc, what is happening within the DRC, I think the region is a peaceful one. Of course, there are people that would like to discuss the issue of Mozambique, and there are questions. What is the crisis in Mozambique right now?
Yes, and there have been questions because some may question, is there a crisis? Is it a crisis that requires intervention? And what happens? Should Sadc actually intervene at this point in time?
You know, the chairperson of the organ on Monday, the foreign minister, Mohamed Tabita Kombo, he said the people of Mozambique should exercise calmness for the electoral processes to take shape and to, you know, direct the way forward. We understand that Mozambique has given until December for all electoral issues to be ironed out ahead of the inauguration in January. So it's again up to the heads of states to deliberate whether there is a crisis in Mozambique. But as far as we can tell, and as far as reports tell us, the issue is
Given the other context of elections, even in the region, we saw the smooth takeover in Botswana, and we would probably say this is a lesson to be learned for others, not only for the region, but in the continent as a whole.
there has been always within Sadc a peaceful and smooth transition of power. I don't think in the last 10 or so years we have seen, you know, a rough, a non-smooth takeover of power. And what happened in Botswana is a testament of the smooth transition that the Sadc region places emphasis on the rule of law, on the electoral processes that are guided by SIOM. And we have seen countries adapting and responding to the guidelines and the state procedures by the Sadc Electoral Observer Mission Guidelines Report.
Let me bring you back again to the conversation around peace and security. It is obviously the biggest issue at this point in time, given the extraordinary summit of Sadc heads of state and government convening at this venue today. We speak of the issues of innovation, which are also very key. You know, technology is taking its toll in terms of many economies. How do you see technology playing its role in ensuring they are sort of technological systems that could help drive that peace and security for the region?
Again, you know, taking a leaf from the 44th summit, heads of state and government summit in August, President Mnangagwa said the theme being said by Zimbabwe, innovation, is playing that central role in driving the development agenda of the region. And we have seen different innovations that are being shared between and amongst SADC member states. So again, innovation is a key driver of economic growth, Monica, and I think the region has taken on board the impact that it will have in pushing not only regional peace and stability, but the technological and economic growth of regional member states.
But moving forward for the SADC bloc, what can we expect in terms of outside the issue right now, which is peace security? What more is anticipated for the region itself? We did see this year was lined up with a number of activities for the SADC bloc itself. Looking into 2025, what are the expectations in terms of what the region needs to generate?
You will remember, or you will recall, that recently Zimbabwe hosted the World Malaria Day in Murewa. That was hosted by the Vice President, General Retired Dr. Constantino Chiwenga. Not only that, it also held a ministerial conference on health. It also held a debt resolution discussions. So various activities are lined up as Zimbabwe chairs to find areas of common ground. What can we do in the situation of mpox, for example, situation of health in the region, malaria? What can we do? And I think these are conversations that SADC member states are having in order to move forward and drive, you know, health for access. And I think the region is on a right path towards ensuring that everyone has access to health, and not only health, water, education, and there is regional collaborations towards this drive.
Orlin Dori, foreign editor, ZBC foreign editor, speaking to us. You did give us a rundown of the summit activities, the summit schedule, right from Sunday the 17th of November, and it is the extraordinary summit of SADC heads of state and government, giving us those expectations as well, evolving around one of the critical issues that are on the table, which is of course peace and security, as well as stability security in the region. As you may know, we have been reporting on the disturbances that have been happening in eastern parts of Mozambique, where we've seen a humanitarian crisis and a displacement of millions of Congolese citizens in those eastern parts, among many other disturbances that have happened in other parts of the region, speaking to Mozambique. But Wadzanai, as we were getting that rundown from Olene, she did speak to the issues of the Sadc bloc itself and how they are integrating and how they are working towards ensuring that they promote that peace and security in the region.
Indeed, Monica, ndangandichiteerera zvangu nichinzwa foreign aid vachitaura nyaya yekuti kunyangwe Sadc organ yasangana mangwanani yanga ichitaura nyaya yekuti Sadc inofanira kuti iwedzere rutsigiro kuDRC kuitira kuti kusagadzikana kuriko kugadziriswe, uye zvakare nyangwe vamagosi vataurawo zvakare pamusoro pekukosha pekuti nyaya yeDRC ikosheswe mudunhu reSadc kusikira nzvimbo iyoyo yava nerunyararo, nokuti vanhu vazhinji vekuDRC vasisina kugadzikana, vamwe vasisina misha, vamwe vasisina pekugara, vabvako nokuda kusagadzikana kuriko, zvichireva kuti DRC nyika inokosha pane dzimwe dzese dziripo. Toziva kuti Sadc nenyika 16, asi kana DRC isina kuita zvakanaka, dunhu reSadc rinosangana saizvozvo sezviri kuitika mukati mezuva ranhasi. Sekutaura kwamaita taona mutungamiri wenyika vanova ndivo musachigaro veSadc vachisvika zvakare kuuya kuzotungamira basa ririko nhasi. Monica,
our chairperson, the Sadc chairperson, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, will be leading the meetings, the extraordinary summit of Sadc heads of state and government, as the various heads of state and government from the 16-member bloc are convening today for that main event. And we will be speaking to issues of peace and security as well as stability, which are very critical for the region, especially in terms of sustainable development and industrialization. So we are going to be taking our viewers through those issues. What's an eye?
ichokwadi Monica, kuqakathekile ukuthi ke phambili silipha ke okwenzakala ngapha Mount Hampton lapha kulo mhlangano omkhulu, umhlangano Sadc Extraordinary Summit of Heads of State and Government, unomhlangano wakakosha zvikuru kutarisa naurwa dziri kuitika kuDRC pamwe chete naurwa dziri kuitika mudunhu reSadc. Pari zvino ndina vaVictor Matemadanda vanova ndivo mumiriri wenyika yedu yeZimbabwe kunyika yeMozambique. VaMatemadanda tinokugamuchirai. Zvinokosha sei mukuona kwenyu kuti dunhu reSadc ringe richisangana richitarisa naurwa dzinoda kugadziriswa mukati medunhu rino?
Zvakakosha, musha usina dare wakafa. Saka kana vatungamiriri vachisangana vachitaura, vachipana njere, vachipana information iri current, izvozvo ndo zvinoita kuti dunhu redu rirambe riri benyu.
Zvinokosha sei tichienderera mberi kuti kutaurirana kwakadai kunokosha? Zvakakosha sei kuti kunyange nyika yedu yeZimbabwe iwanikwe ichitungamira basa rakadai? VaMatemadanda,
nyika yeZimbabwe ndiri kufunga kuti ndiyo nguva yakafanira. Chikonzero development iri kuitika muZimbabwe, zvese zviri kuitika pari zvino, this dispensation, Second Republic, iri kuita minana. Zvakanaka kuti vatungamiriri vanosiudzwa nhema, vanosiudzwa kuti kuZimbabwe kwakazodiva zvionere. Tine mutungamiriri watatinaye achiti ko vanhu vanoreverei nhema vachiti kuZimbabwe kune nhamo kwakaita sei nedevelopment yakadai.
So Matemadanda kuti zviri kunziko kuMozambique tozvati kwakaitwa sarudzo, kune vanhu vari kutaura, handizotaura kwavasina kuswera here kana kwavakaswera vari kuti kune maZimbabwenzi akavhota, maZimbabwenzi ane zvaakaita musarudzo dzekuMozambique. Imimi muri kumirira nyika yedu kuMozambique, mungade kuti kudii, mungade kujekesa kuti kudii pamusoro pezviri kutaurika pamusoro pesarudzo dzekuMozambique?
Chekutanga ndechekuti Zimbabwe inozikanwa kuti literacy level yayo iyi ndiyo hombe muAfrica. Kureva kuti vanhu veZimbabwe vanoziva kukosha kwemutemo, vanoziva kuti havakwanisi uye havafanirwi kuvhota kune imwe nyika. Ndiri kufunga kuti nyaya inoitika ndeyekuti vanhu vanoteerera language. Vanhu vari kuMozambique about 70% vanotaura malanguages emuZimbabwe kana kuti anotaurwa muZimbabwe: Shona, Changani, Manika, malanguages akawanda avanotaura. Saka zvichida munhu anenge anzwa vanhu vachitaura osvika pakuti vanhu vekuzimbabwe. Asi chokwadi chiripo ndechekuti hakuna munhu wekuzimbabwe akavhota kumozambique. Hakuna chinhu chakadaro. Vanhu zvechokwadi vari kutaura kwavasina kuswera. Vanoexaggerata even level yeviolence kana kuti kune hondo dzakaita sei, zhinji dzacho inhema. Hakuna zvakadaro. Ende kazhinji munoona agenda setting dzinenge dzichiitwa nevanhu. Vamwe vanga vataura mazuva ano ambassador ari kuda kudzingwa, zvakazomirana havatombozivi kuti mitemo inochengetedza vanhu vakanzi maambassador yakaita sei. Haugoni kuti hurumende yandakaakreditwa to iripo vanhu vongobva kwavanobva voti vandidzinga, vanondzinga vakamira paya. Saka zvinototaurwa nevanhu vasingazivi, but vanhu vacho unfortunately vanhu vemuzimbabwe vazhinji vari kuSouth Africa, we know it.
Mungade kuti kudii pamusoro pesarudzo dzakaitwa kuMozambique ndimi muriko, uye pamusoro peukama huripo pakati peZimbabwe neMozambique?
Ukama huri pakati peMozambique neZimbabwe ndewepamusoro-soro. Ukama hunobva kure, kubva even kunguva yemunhu mutapa. Vanhu vanga vachingoshandidzana vari pamwe chete, hondo takarwa pamwe chete, iye zvino tinongove pamwe chete. Sarudzo yeMozambique, ini pamasarudzo andakaona handina mbiri dzandakaona dzakadarika yeMozambique kunaka. Asi kungoti vanhu vanenge vane zvavanoda kutaura. Democracy mazuva ano yakunetsa kuti kana ruling party isina kudliwa zvinonzi hapana democracy. Hatisati takamboona vanhu vanokomplaina kuti yanga iri opposition yahwina, vanotopururudza. Asi zvikanzi ruling party yahwina, pakunzi hapana democracy. Handizivi democracy zvoreva kudyiwa kweruling party here, ndo nhamo iripo. But otherwise ma-elections akaitwa kuMozambique, pakuona kwandakaita akanakisa, yanga isina ma-incidents, isina chii. Asi zvatongoziva mazuva ano, especially muSadc kana kuti muAfrica, aruza anofanira kukomplaina, ende vanobva kure ndo vanozomutsigira. We have board yeSadc, AU, vanotaura zvavanotaura, asi unozoona kuti kozonzi kunana EU vari kutaura zvavanotaura zviri anti and opposed. Hameno kuti yavo democracy vanoigadzira kupi, asi kwavo tiri kungoona vachiurayana.
Ngatitarisei kuti taona vaFilipe Nyusi vachiuya kumusangano wanhasi, zvichiratidza kuti zvine chekuita nekudyidzana kwenyika dzemuSadc nekudyidzana kwavo neZimbabwe. Ngati kuti kudii taona vaFilipe Nyusi vasvika vauya kumusangano wakadai unokosha wedunhu rino reSadc?
Tinotenda, ndingatangire kubva paSadc summit, the initial one, munhoroondo attendance yemapresident. Sadc summit yatakaita muno yakaatendwa kudarika dzinozikamwa dzese. Ende iye nhasi ndiri kuziva kuti vatungamiriri vari kuuya kuzoatenda this vakawanda, kunyangwe vamwe vari kuG20 kwavakaenda, vatuma vatevedzeri kana kuti whoever. Asi nyaya iripo ndeyekuti ukama hweSadc huri kuramba huchisimba. Vamwe vanofunga kuti sema-elections anenge aitika kumwe pakazonzi anga aripo hachipo, ukama hunochinja. Zvino vanoona huchitoramba huchisimbisiwa, zvoreva kuti kunyadzisa vavengi. Saka vaFilipe Nyusi seumwe wevakuru vari muchimiro cheSadc ichocho vauya semutemo kuti vanofanira kuuya, asi zvizhinji kusapota chimiro chekuti Zimbabwe iri kucheya. Havagoni kusavepo, ivo varivo vane nyika yakazvara Zimbabwe, kureva kuti ndo nhumbu yakatakura Zimbabwe, kureva kuti sapoti yechimurenga yese yakabva kuMozambique. Saka Mozambique inenge itomira sanyakutumbura, so havafaniri kushota.
Tinotenda vamatema danda, asi ngatitarisei muchipedzisa kuti zvakakosha sei kuti nyika dzemuSadc dzisanganisa izvozvi dzichikurukura kukosha kwerunyararo, kana kuti kana mumwe nyika yedu ine zvisina kufamba zvakanaka, zvisiri kufamba zvakanaka, vanoona zvakakosha kuti vasangane vachipana mazano kuti vogadzirisa sei zvakaita senyaya iri kuitika kuDRC.
Zvakakosha chaizvo kuve nekusangana kwakaita saikoku zvikuru. Vatungamirisi kureva kwandamboita vachipana current information, up to date information yekuti uku kwakamira sei, kwakamira sei, voisa misoro pamwe chete, toita sei, voita chinhu chimwe chete chisina wekure anofanira kupindira. Oro tichiziva hedu kuti vekure vacho vane havi yekuda kupindira kune zvedu, isi tisingapindiri kune zvavo.
Toda kutenda vamatema danda zvikuru nokuuya mukati mezuva ranhasi kubva kumozambique nokujekesa kunyange mashoko mamwe anoda kumhura nyika achitaura nezvisiri tinotenda zvikuru nokuvapo point tinovimba kuti musangano wanhasi unofamba zvakanaka.
Maita basa ndatenda.
Tanga tichitaura navamatemadanda vanova ndivo vanomirira nyika yedu yezimbabwe kumozambique. Ukombeti matemadanda umela-ke izimbabwe emozambique njalo-ke uwenze kwabasovali ukuthi acasise ukuthi hatshi lokho kukhulunywa ngabantu ukuthi kuthiwa kulamazimbabweans kulabantu bakulela abavotayo emozambique akukho. Abantu bemozambique bazivotela bona bodwa baqhuba ukhetho lwabo. Zama ukuthi-ke acasise okunye okwenzakalayo emozambique wathi yena ukhetho lwemozambique laqhutshwa kuhle lwahamba kuhle. Sokusalele ilizwe lemozambique ukuthi balungisise indaba ezilokwenza lo khetho khona ngale more ndangathaura nakombeti matemadanda unoziva kuti zuva apfuura pakaitwa sarudzo kumozambique kune vaitaura zvakawanda kuti vanhu vekuzimbabwe vakavhotera frelimo. Kune vanhu vekuzimbabwe vakapindura musadzo kumozambique vanga vachitsanangura kuti ivo ndivari kumirira zimbabwe kumozambique. Hakuna chinhu chakadaro chavakamboona chichiitika. Vanhu vekumozambique vakavhota pachezvavo uye sarudzo dzekumozambique dzakafamba zvakanaka uye vati ivo zvinokosha zvakare kuti dunhu resadc ringe richisangana saizvozvo richikurukura nhaurwa dzinoshupa nhaurwa dzinoda kugadziriswa mudunhu resadc mo.
And you did speak to Comrade Matemadanda, speaking to the issues, to some of those reports with regard those elections that took place in Mozambique. Mozambique and Zimbabwe share a very rich history which traces back to the liberation struggle. And so, Comrade Matemadanda setting the record straight to those accusations and allegations. But for those who are joining us for the first time, we are broadcasting live from Mount Hampton, New Parliament Building for the extraordinary summit of Sadc heads of state and government. And we have just seen the President of the Republic of Botswana, Advocate Dumapoko, who has arrived for the Sadc extraordinary summit of Sadc heads of state and government. Smooth transition of power which took place in his country, and speaking true to the efforts of the regional bloc to issues of peace and security, as well as the issues of electoral processes. And so we will continue to be speaking to how the region is faring on peace and security, how the region is faring when it comes to sustainable development, how the region is also faring when it comes to issues of industrialization. Wadzanai
icho kwadi Monica kuti inhau dzinokosha dziri kukurukurwa mukati mezuva ranhasi pano pamusangano wesadc extraordinary summit of heads of state and government New Parliament Building ku Mount Hampton. And I'm now joined by Mr. Moshin Mbano, an international relations expert. Mr. Mbano, it is a warm welcome to this very important occasion. You know, the agenda today is mainly focusing on the disturbances in Eastern DRC. Now, as an international relations expert, how important is it for the regional bloc to deliberate on this issue? Judging that there are 16 countries, but here is one country where things are not going so well. How important is it for the region to converge in a manner it has done today?
Thank you very much. You would appreciate that SADC is mainly guided by one critical principle and value, which we call Ubuntu. And the essence of Ubuntu is that when one of us is injured, we have to all feel injured and we have to do something to heal our wound. And this is so important and so connected to the situation today where SADC leaders are gathered here to ensure that they also take a look on how to assist a colleague, a friend, a counterpart within our region who is under siege from rebels. So it is so important that leaders have gathered here to take a look on how to resolve the impasse that is continuously, in fact, escalated within the DRC country.
The SADC has sent a mission to DRC. Its mission is coming to an end. We've heard the SADC organ Troika in the morning. They were talking about doubling efforts to support DRC. In your opinion, what should the region do in as far as DRC is concerned as you speak to the issue of the escalation of the situation there?
Thank you. You see, I'm glad that we come to that discussion. Fundamentally, while the mission is coming to an end, I think it is a question of the tenure that has come to an end, but the mission is still continuous. My thinking and my view and my suggestion is that we still, SADC has to take a robust approach to the solution in DRC so that it does not continue escalating. My assumption and my suggestion is that if SADC can continue to make military approach within DRC, and also adopt and perpetuate the Luanda process. You remember there is the Luanda process of 2022, where the tripartite approach, where Angola is supposed to chair and ensure that there is negotiation between the belligerents within DRC. I still feel SADC has to perpetuate that, has to ensure that there is enough funding, there is enough infrastructural support, material support, and financial support to the cause of both a diplomatic approach, negotiation, and the military approach within the region to ensure that peace is achieved at the end of the day.
Let's look at the fact that peace is key to SADC. Has been talking about regional integration. SADC has been talking about industrialization. Even the theme for the August summit was talking about an industrialized SADC. So now, how important is this peace towards these objectives of the region?
Fundamentally, what we have to look at the moment is that in the absence of one member of SADC, having no peace, having no stability, having no progress, we actually know that violence, we actually know that war, we actually know that instability creates only but absence of progress, absence of development. Whereas the approach, the intention of SADC is to ensure that it capacitates its citizens, regional citizens as a whole. My view is that in the absence of peace within the region, within DRC, then there is no peace within the region, so there is no industrialization to foster, because all resources currently have to be channeled towards ensuring that there is peace. It is only when the totality of SADC has peace that all other plans, industrialization, development, empowerment, human capital, human security, can only be fostered. So it is so important that SADC actually makes it a priority that there is total peace within the region.
Now, I know day to day, as you delve into the subject of international relations and what's happening internationally and globally, the SADC region, Mr. Mbano, has been very peaceful. Now we see what is happening in DRC, we see what's happening in Mozambique's Cabo Delgado. What is happening to the region? What could be happening? Could it be some other forces outside the region? What could really be happening in the region, which we don't want we don't want it to escalate?
The issue is that there are a lot of movements. I would pick a movement that they call the Generation Z. I think most of you have heard of them. We have also heard of issues to do with youth bulge. And the region has become a victim of movements like Generation Z, who are tailor-made to do everything that is anarchical rather, to make sure that there is despondence within the region, to make sure that there is instability, and to make sure primarily that the revolutionary liberation movements are always toppled. And currently, if they are looking at the current situation, yes, I understand in Mozambique, the ruling part won, and they are creating noise that side again. The same manner that they are creating noise within DRC. And in my view, unless the SADC region takes a robust approach to deal decisively with such movements like Generation Z and what have you, then the region is not going to see peace. So I think and I urge the leadership of the region to ensure that such movements like Generation Z are dealt with decisively, to ensure that the region enjoys peace and can also enjoy all the ultimate goals and objectives that includes industrialization, integration, and what have you.
How critical will be the leadership of Zimbabwe as chairperson of SADC, knowing that our president, Dr. Edim Mnangagwa, has had experience in dealing with issues of unity, issues of peace? How critical will be that leadership at this juncture in the SADC region?
Zimbabwe is a key player to the peace within the region. What I want to emphasize to start with is that people always say Zimbabwe is landlocked. But most importantly, they forget that whilst it is landlocked, it is land-linked. You understand? So the role of President Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa and the country at large, by virtue of its geographical location, is central to the perpetuation and the achievement of regional peace. currently, we must appreciate that the chairmanship within Zimbabwe is in the hands of a person who has had experience of fostering unity, of fostering peace, of fostering integration, where probably there seemed to be none. Therefore, I think the region is actually in good hands and should take advantage of the tenure of Zimbabwe's head of state to ensure that they achieve as much as they want in terms of the peace, the integration, and the unity of the region.
Let us look at another issue, Mr. Mbano. There have been elections recently in the region. We've seen elections in Mauritius, elections in Mozambique, elections in Botswana, where in Botswana we saw a peaceful transition where the incumbent, there was peaceful transition. We saw the incumbent at the inauguration. We saw the president who came in, Advocate Boko, actually praising the incumbent for the predecessor for a smooth process. How critical is it, as we look at the Sadc guidelines on elections, for the region to have peaceful transition of power?
We have to keep on emphasizing that peace, understanding, and clarity, transparency of all systems of governance is very central to progress. To everything that we want, economical advancement, we have to start from that point. Remember, politics feeds everything that we may want to achieve. So where there is despondence, where the politics is dirty, where politics are not smooth flowing, then we are not going to see anything, achieve anything at all. My view is that what has happened in Mauritius, what has happened in Botswana is a good lesson to the region at large to adopt that whenever the people speak through an election, then our leadership should be prepared to see that smart, smooth transition always, and that would ensure the region is continued peace, which is a necessity to development, a necessity to industrialization, and a necessity to continued unity and peace.
As we speak of the issue of development, which you have just alluded to, President Mnangagwa, when he took over as chair, he spoke about the need for the region to harness its own resources for development. Even when he went to COP29 recently, he spoke about the need for mineral-rich countries to value-add their resources. How critical are these views as we talk about the development of the region in brief?
I think it will be more important to revert back to the 2014 Sadc strategic industrialization plan, where the theme and the founding principles of that approach had to do with ensuring that the region makes use of the totality of its resources to grow itself. I think this is where President Emmerson Mnangagwa was coming from, to say instead of looking from without, let's look from within our region, foster our development from within, because if we do that, we have got control of our resources, we have got control of our development. We also owe nobody any allegiance. We have got power to make decisions even at international level, because we owe nobody in terms of how our region would have developed.
Mr. Mbano, thank you very much for your time and for sharing your views on the need for peace in the region and how the region can develop. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I was speaking there to Mr. Moshin Mbano, an international relations expert, on the importance of peace in the Sadc region and on how the region can foster development through harnessing its own resources, through value-adding its own resources. He spoke about how it's important for the region to unite. Vataura pamusoro pekukosha kwekuti nyika dzemusadc dzibatsire zviri kuitika kuDRC kuve nerunyararo kuitira kuti dunhu resadc rive nekubudirira. Mr. Mbano vekhuluma ngokuqakatheka kokutula, ngokuqakatheka kokuhlaliseka elizweni emhlubulweni wesadc. Uthe yena kuqakathekile ukuthi-ke kube lokuthula Monica esadc, ukuze nxa ungaba lokuthula kuyaba le ngqubela phambili, kuyaba le ntuthuko umhlubulo wesadc. Siqhubekela phambili silipha okwenzakala ngapha eMount Hampton more.
The extraordinary summit of Sadc heads of state and government, and as we await for that main event where it will be led by the Sadc chairperson, who is also the president of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa. And already we've seen the various heads of state who have arrived for the extraordinary summit, Wadzanai. And just to give a rundown of some of the heads of state that have arrived for this extraordinary summit include the President of the Republic of Madagascar, His Excellency Andre Rajoelina, and he has arrived for the extraordinary summit. We also saw arriving for this extraordinary summit the President of the Republic of Botswana, Advocate Dumaboko. He also was here to arrive with the media, also capturing those moments of the heads of state. And His Excellency President of the Republic of Mozambique, Engineer Felipe Nyusi, the President of Mozambique, which is going to be one of the issues which will be on discussion in terms of the main agendas on the cards for the summit, which is peace and security, stability to parts of Mozambique that have been brought about with some of those disturbances. But we also have seen some of the representatives of the heads of state who have also arrived here. We saw the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Deputy President Paul Mashatile. He just arrived, and he is representing the President of the Republic of South Africa, the President Cyril Ramaphosa. So we are seeing the heads of state, various heads of state arriving for this very crucial extraordinary summit. And why it is extraordinary is because of the context and the severity of the issues that are to be on the table. The issues of peace and security, stability is very crucial in the region. If you are to look at other regions in the continent, you look at the Sahel region, if you are to look at some parts of West Africa, there have been a lot of insurgent groups that have destabilized some of those parts of the continent. And traditionally, we've seen a lot of peace and calm in parts of Southern Africa, more so especially when we're looking to Sadc member states, those who are part of the Sadc regional bloc. There has been a lot of peace, there has been a lot of stability, and hence why there has been a lot of free movement and a lot of trade that has been happening between these countries, speaking true to the mandate as well as the objective of the Sadc bloc itself, which is to promote peace, stability and security. Wadzanai.
ichokwadi Monica kuti chinangwa chidunhu Sadc ndechekuti nyika dzemusadc dzive nerunyararo, ndokusaka nhasi uno vari pano vachikurukura nhau yeDRC sokutaura kwawaita kuti vatungamiri venyika dzakasiyana-siyana vave pano, vamwe vachiri kusvika, vamwe vamiririrwa semutungamiri wenyika yekusouth Africa vaRamaphosa vamirirwa nemutevedzeri wavo. Takaona zvakare mutungamiri wenyika yekuTanzania vaSamia Suluhu vamirirwa zvakare ekuzopinda musangano uno unokosha wokutarisa kuti tingaenderera mberi sei nokubatsira dunhu renyika yeDRC kuitira kuti ive nerunyararo. Nhaurwa dzakare dzimwe dzichakurukura inyaya dzesarudzo dzakaitwa munyika dunhu reSadc, sarudzo dziri kutevera zvakare kuna Namibia nekune dzimwe nyika dzakadaro, zvichireva kuti runyararo runokosha dunhu reSadc rive nekubudirira. So isi tiri kuramba tichikupai zvikuitika kuno, timirira kuzotanga nyangwe kwemusangano iwoyu unokosha zvikuru, musangano uri kutungamirirwa nasachigaro wedunhu reSadc President Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa. Unorangarira kuti Zimbabwe ndiyo inenge ichitungamirira Sadc kwemwedzi 12 inotevera kubva muna Nyamavhuvhu atakaita musangano kusvika Nyamavhuvhu wegore rinouya. Uye vanhu mungade kuziva kuti Zimbabwe painopedza kuva sachigaro pari kupinda nyika yeMadagascar, zvichireva kuti vaAndry Rajoelina vataurwa kuti ndo vamwe vapano ndo vatori mutevedzeri wasachigaro, zvichireva kuti muna Nyamavhuvhu wegore rinouya 2025 ndo vanenge vachitora chigaro chasachigaro. Dunhu reSadc rakarongeka, rinogara rakatoronga kuti kuchibva uyu kuchibva ava kuri kuenda kuchienda ava, zvinoita kuti todayira kuti tichida kuti nyika dzedu dzibudirire mo. Kuzviona sei kuti chairperson varipo asi deputy atoripo, hwaro hutoripo kuti zvichafamba zvichidai hapambofa pakaita yeye atingati vacuum.
That rotational system in place, and it is a very significant component of Sadc itself. And to add to that, Wadzanai, Sadc gives the Troika that authority to actually make those quick decisions on behalf of Sadc. And of course, speaking to the Sadc region region itself, if we are to look at the Troika system itself, it also vests authority in the Sadc chairperson. And of course, looking under the system, Sadc gives the Troika authority to make those decisions, with the Troika primarily responsible for promoting that peace and security. It also manages the Sadc organ on politics, defense and security, which addresses the threats to peace and stability in the region. Whenever there is some sort of threat, they come in, they have to make sure that there is that peace and calm in the region, and hence why we get to see these crucial systems that are actually put in place, but also the coordination of responses to crisis. When there is that alert to a crisis in one of the countries that make up the 16 member blocks, remember they are sovereign states, and so it is not just about a so-called crisis of sorts and they intervene at that point. There have to be internal processes first, and that particular country has to then call for an intervention if there is need because of a certain crisis. But we have seen generally a lot of peace and calm and stability for the Sadc bloc itself, and hence why we have seen the promotion of industrialization, and hence why we've also seen a lot of emerging economies in the region itself, also speaking true to how the region itself has also promoted intertrade. We've seen a lot of trade in the region in terms of various agricultural activities that have taken place, the different agricultural products. If we are to look at Zimbabwe, for instance, the different agricultural value chain itself, we are, of course, trading with various countries in the regional bloc itself. And between us, there are those agreements, those engagements of trade, there are those engagements in terms of resources, among many other issues. What's an eye?
Imqotho lelo Monica ukuthi umhlobo we Sadc ulokudlelana ngekundawo ezitshiyeneyo kwezamabhizimusi, kwezokulungiswa kwempahla, kwezokuthengiselana. Siyazi ukuthi iSadc ithengiselana impahla ezitshiyeneyo. Siyazi ukuthi njengeZimbabwe ilizwe esithengiselana nalo kakhulu kwele umhlobo weSadc ilizwe leSouth Africa, utshengisa ukuthi ke singamazwe asebenzelana ndawonye, singamazwe alokuthela ukuthi abantu beSadc bahlale kuhle, impilo zikaZulu weSadc zibe zimpilo ezilentuthuko ezilenqubela phambili enhle. Yikho ke abakhokheli beSadc behlangana kunjenje nxa kule lapho kungamanga kuhle khona bayahlangana bathi ahlanganisene amakhanda ndawonye, sibone ukuthi singathini, singalungisa njani indaba ezihluphayo. So iSadc nxa singayikhangela yaqala ngabo 1980s. Siyazi ukuthi ke abanye ababekhona uqala iSadc ngofana lo wayengumongameli welizwe Comrade Robert Mugabe wayekhona, oSeretse Khama babekhona, oJulius Nyerere babekhona, oKenneth Kaunda babekhona, oKhamuzu Banda babekhona. Kuqaliswa ke iSadc sathwa yiSADC labo C ababili, yaqinisa iSadc silo C oyedwa. Kwakuyikuzama ukuthi nxa iSadc ingahlangana abantu bengama beqalisa ukusebenzelana ndawonye, kuyaba lokuthula, kuyaba lenqubela phambili. Monica, Sadc bayakatanga ina coordination conference kumbe rine masi maviri yakatanga nevatungamiriri vatataura vaya vekare asi yakazouya kusvikira yako Southern African Development Community, but vavariro vakatanga Sadc yanga iri yekuti kuve nerunyararo, kuve nekushandidzana pamwe chete, kuve nebudiriro, vanhu vemudunhu reSadc vagare zvakanaka, mungava nhau dzemitambo titambe pamwe chete, nhau dzemabhizimusi tiite pamwe chete, nyaya dzekutengeserana tiite pamwe chete. Sekuti kwatamboita paye tinorangarira kuti sangano rezvekutengeserana rimuno reZimtrade tinoriona tichienda kunana Botswana tichinotsvaga kutengeserana, tichienda kunana DRC ikoku tichinotsvaga kutengeserana, tichienda kunyika dzekuMozambique vachiita mamishini ari kufambira kuti pave nekutengeserana, pave nekudyidzana. Naizvozvo hatigone kudyidzana kana kuDRC kusina kumira zvakanaka. Ndokusaka nhasi kune musangano weSadc Extraordinary Summit of Heads of State and Government wokuda kugadzirisa, kuda kupana pfungwa kuti tingagadzirisa sei nhau iri kuDRC. Monica,
that issue of peace and stability is very crucial. It is a big priority and key to the objectives of the Sadc. It's Sadc, and it is crucial that the region continues to maintain that stability for the region in order to ensure that there is development, in order for the people of those different parts of the region that make up the Sadc bloc to enjoy the fruits of the region itself. But we also see that it is crucial for Sadc to enhance peace and security in the region. It is important for them to support democratic principles, poverty eradication, just being some of the other objectives of Sadc itself, and also the encouragement of regional cooperation in the areas of trade, infrastructure, health, education, natural resources. As you all know, that the region boasts of an abundance of mineral resources. If you are to look right from your DRC, cobalt, looking to diamonds, if you are to look through to countries like Zimbabwe, Botswana, you look to Namibia, Zambia, they all are endowed with so many of the mineral resources that also promote that development for the region. But speaking of poverty eradication, hence why they are promoting the issue of innovation, Wadzanai. The region, the countries are speaking that now is the time for innovative ideas. Now's the time to ensure that there are more people on the table to bring about those innovative ideas that promote industrialization for the region. And hence why I suppose even the youth population becomes very key. The region boasts of a very youthful population, which is going to be very crucial in order for us to also look to those issues of development. But we will now be looking to what is about to transpire. We are going to see, as we just try and see our camera person, we are seeing the Sadc chairperson, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, also leading the various heads of state and government. There was a photo of the heads of state. They had that picture moment, that photo moment for the media, as they get to see who is in attendance. Of course, this is very crucial, and this is for memorabilia for this extraordinary summit of Sadc heads of state and government. It will be speaking to how they had to come and sit down and see to the issues of what is happening in different parts of Mozambique, in different parts of DRC especially, because that is one of the key issues which are on the table with regards the eastern parts of DRC.
ichokwadi Monica, zikuratidza kuti vese vanga vakamirirwa kuti vange varipo vasvika. Taona vatungamiri venyika nevakamirira vamwe vatungamiri vasipo vachipinda mukati muri kuitirwa musangano unokosha we-extraordinary summit of Sadc heads of state and government. Uri kutarisa kanyaya yerunyararo mudunhu rino reSadc, kutarisa nyaya yerunyararo mudunhu munyika yeDRC, tichitarisira kuti pachakurukurwa tigozonzwa kuti ndezvipi zvarongwa, asi tanzwa kuti mangwanani Sadc organ troika inova inotarisa nyaya dzerunyararo mudunhu reSadc vatiwo panofanira kuti pawedzerwe rubatsiro kunyika yeDRC kuti tive nenyararo. Vativo dunhu reSadc riri kukoshesa zvikuru kugadziriswa kwenhau yeDRC kuitira kuti dunhu rese rive nerunyararo. Tinoziva kuti zvakare dziriko dzimwe nyaya dzichabuda mumusangano iwoyo dzatichazonzwa, kunyange kupera kwemusangano uno kuchabuda inonzi communique iya tichizonzwa zviri kuitika musangano. Pari zvino Monica, regai tipinde mukati mumain auditorium muri kuitirwa musangano we-extraordinary summit of heads of state and government.
Thank you very much. You may be seated, Your Excellencies. A very good afternoon to you, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates. My name is Barbara Lopi from the Sadc Secretariat. I'm pleased to be your Director of Ceremony this evening. Allow me to just say a little bit about the Sadc Summit, which we're here for. The summit is responsible for the overall policy and direction and control of functions of the community, ultimately making the summit the policy-making institution of Sadc. Allow me to introduce their excellencies, heads of state or representatives that are present here. I would like to recognize Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Chairperson of the Sadc, His Excellency Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa. Shall we applaud for His Excellency? Thank you. From the Republic of Madagascar, we have His Excellency President Andry Rajoelina, who is also the incoming chairperson of Sadc. Republic of Mozambique, we have His Excellency President Philippe Jacinto Nunes. I'll recognize the Democratic Republic of Congo in absentia, but His Excellency is on his way. His Excellency President Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo will be joining us. From the Republic of Botswana, we have Mr. President Duma Gideon Boko. The United Republic of Tanzania, we have His Excellency, the President of Zanzibar and Chairman of the Revolutionary Council, representing the Chairperson of the Sadc Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan. Republic of South Africa, we have the Deputy President, Honorable Paul Mashatile. The Kingdom of Eswatini, we have the Prime Minister, His Excellency Russell Miso Dlamini. Republic of Zambia, we have the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Honorable Mlambo Haimbe, State Council MP. Republic of Namibia, we have the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Honorable Dr. Peya Mushelenga. Kingdom of Lesotho, we have the Minister in the Prime Minister's Office, Honorable Limpo Tau. Republic of Angola, we have the Minister of National Defense, Former Combatants and Veterans, His Excellency Retired General João dos Santos. Republic of Malawi, we have the Minister of Defense, Honorable Harry Mukandawire. Republic of Seychelles, we have the Minister of Internal Affairs, Honorable Charles Erok Fonseca. In our midst, we also have the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Retired General Constantino Chiwenga. I would like to recognize up here the Chairperson of the Sadc Council of Ministers, that is Honorable Amos Muira, who is the Minister of Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade. I'd like to recognize also up here on the high table the Executive Secretary of Sadc, His Excellency Mr. Elias Mahosi. I will recognize all honorable ministers present here, the senior officials from SADC member states, secretariat staff, and members of the press. At this point, I just want to take you through our program for this evening. We're going to start with introductory remarks from the Executive Secretary of SADC, His Excellency Mr. Elias Mahose, who will then usher in the SADC chairperson to deliver his remarks and open this meeting. Your Excellency, Mr. Mahose, you may take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Director of our proceedings. Your Excellency, Dr. Emerson Dambuso Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and the Chairperson of SADC. Your Excellency, Mr. Andre Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar and the incoming Chairperson of SADC. Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government and representatives, Your Excellency, Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, President of Zanzibar, representing the Chairperson of SADC, Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation, Her Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, Honorable Professor Amon Murira, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade of the Republic of Zimbabwe, and our Chairperson of the SADC Council of Ministers. Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers present here, our colleagues, senior officials from the SADC member states, and my colleagues from the Secretariat, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to you all. Or it's still late afternoon, I believe. It is with a deep sense of respect and utmost humility that I deliver these introductory remarks at this extraordinary summit of heads of state and government that we are holding here in Harare, the capital of the Republic of Zimbabwe, to discuss matters of peace and security in our region. While the SADC region remains peaceful and stable generally, we do have, unfortunately, some security challenges in some parts which require a continued collective response to address. Political stability, peace, and security are vital ingredients and enablers for SADC socio-economic development and integration. Any disturbance or compromise to any of these tenets of development threatens the lofty aspirations of member states and the region itself. It is for this reason that we are meeting yet again, almost a year since the region deployed the SADC mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, or SAMI-DRC, as a regional response to assist the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo address the deteriorating security situation in Eastern DRC. I therefore express my profound gratitude to you, Your Excellencies, for creating the time from your very demanding schedules to attend this extraordinary summit and deliberate on matters aimed at promoting peace and security in our region. We do not take your presence here lightly, as it is testament to the level of importance you, as the apex decision-making body of SADC, place on matters of peace and security in our region. We are expectant with the hope that your decisions today will provide worthwhile solutions to the Eastern DRC and the region at large. I also wish to express our sincere gratitude to His Excellency Dr. Emerson Dambuso Mnangagwa and the government of the Republic of Zimbabwe for graciously hosting this summit and all preceding meetings at short notice, and for the exceptional hospitality that we have become accustomed to when we meet and integrate here in Harare. All this signifies Zimbabwe's commitment to the promotion of peace, security, and stability of the SADC region. Your Excellencies, the summit has been convened to take stock and appreciate the progress made in Eastern DRC, where over 6.9 million people have been displaced internally. A countless number of civilians have been killed, and women, girls, and disabled face endless dire humanitarian crisis as a result of the armed conflict. The summit will also receive an update on the post-election political and security situation in the Republic of Mozambique following the violence that erupted immediately after the elections. We do not expect that the election processes could deteriorate to the extent of serious conflict, disruption of economic activity, threat to human lives, and even loss of lives, as well as damage to property and infrastructure. There are appropriate structures under the electoral laws and constitution of member states that deal with complaints and any misgivings about elections. We therefore plead with all those that are aggrieved with the election process to follow these lawful procedures and ensure that the safety of citizens and stability of the country. Your Excellencies, the deployment of SADC of SAMI-DRC is consistent with the provisions of the SADC Defense Mutual Pact, which among others calls for collective security to protect member states from all forms of aggression. The mission was deployed on 15 December of 2023 and has created some stability for the population affected by the armed conflict, especially those who have sought refuge in the areas of SAMI-DRC operation. It has also created an enabling environment for political and diplomatic initiatives undertaken over the past months, including primarily the ceasefire deal struck on the 4th of August this year between the governments of DRC and Rwanda. This notwithstanding, the reported violations of the ceasefire by some parties to the agreement are worrisome and should be treated with the contempt they deserve. We had hoped that the ceasefire would create an opportunity for progress, enable enhanced solution-based dialogue between the parties, and facilitate seamless flow of humanitarian support to those who are at the receiving end of the armed conflict. We reiterate the clarion call for all parties to observe all the stated obligations of the ceasefire. As I mentioned during the extraordinary Organ Tracker Summit this morning, the security situation in the eastern part of the DRC remains a source of regional concern. No effort must therefore be spared to ensure that this crucial ceasefire is nurtured and sustained. In addressing the need for additional resources, Your Excellencies, to sustain SAMI-DRC operations, your Secretariat has undertaken several engagements with our international cooperating partners in a bid to mobilize resources in support of this mission. To this end, we are continuing to explore various options with the African Union Peace and Security Council and the United Nations Secretary General, among others, to support the SAMI-DRC. However, there is an urgent need for member states to continue to honor their remittances towards SAMI-DRC budget to sustain operational effectiveness of our troops and consolidate the gains that we have recorded thus far. As I've said before, the attainment of a lasting peace in Eastern DRC needs complementary response strategies, including multiple political and diplomatic interventions, such as the Luanda process, led by His Excellency President João Manuel Gonçalves Lorenzo, President of the Republic of Angola, in his capacity as the African Union champion for peace and reconciliation in Africa, to address the core issues and conclude an agreed set of resolutions to relative to the conflict. I believe, Your Excellencies, that we should focus more effort and the limited resources at our disposal on dialogue between the parties, especially given the financial constraints we have. And with a great sense of humility, I advocate for Your Excellencies to consider having very robust but intimate and in-camera conversations with those member states experiencing conflict, as well as other stakeholders outside our region who are negatively affecting our peace and stability. We must work with all these stakeholders to change the narrative and work towards peace. Peace should be the denominator for all our engagements with stakeholders. I believe, Your Excellencies, that we can find lasting peace in our region. I believe that we can create a safe and enabling space for dialogue and peace to thrive. We cannot buy peace, I believe. It is very costly, in my view. We cannot achieve peace and stability by military interventions alone. Therefore, such interventions as the Luanda process are a launching pad for Your Excellencies to use and build on. Again, with the same great sense of humility, I advocate once more for Your Excellencies to lead these robust but intimate and in-camera conversations. In conclusion, I wish to thank the chairperson of the Sadc Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, for her leadership and commitment to peace, security, and stability of our region. With these few remarks, may I humbly invite His Excellency Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, the chairperson of our regional bloc Sadc, to deliver his remarks and officially open the extraordinary summit. I thank you for your attention. Merci beaucoup. Muito obrigado. Asante sana. Tatenda. Ya leboha.
Your Excellency Henry Rajulina, President of the Republic of Madagascar and incoming chairperson of Sadc. Your Excellency Filipe Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique. Your Excellency Felix Antonio Tshisekedi Chilombo, I understand he's on his way just now, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Your Excellency Duma Gideon Boko, President of the Republic of Botswana. Your Excellency Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, President of Zanzibar and Chairman of the Revolutionary Council of Zanzibar, as represented. The Right Honorable Russell Lamini, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Honorable Paul Mashatile, Vice President of the Republic of South Africa. Your Excellency Elias Mpedi Magosi, Sadc Executive Secretary. Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers who are here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Before I commence my remarks, may I invite us all to rise as we observe a moment of silence in honor and reverence of our gallant sons and daughters who passed on in defense of the peace and security of our region, particularly in some DRC. May we stand? May their souls continue to rest in eternal peace. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Your Excellencies and dear colleagues, it is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you and your delegations to Zimbabwe. In August 2024, we gathered here in ordinary session to take stock of the progress of our august regional organization over the past year. Ambitious yet achievable targets and strategies were adopted to harness the immense opportunities in our region, as well as address our common challenges. Today, we convene specifically to deliberate on pertinent issues relating to the peace and security of our region. Thank you for agreeing that we meet at short notice, in spite of our demanding schedules. We welcome in a very special way, His Excellency Advocate Duma Boko, President of the Republic of Botswana. And we congratulate him on his assumption to the esteemed office of President of our sister republic. We are confident, Your Excellency and dear brother, that your insights and wisdom will contribute to the sustainable socio-economic development, prosperity, freedom, as well as peace and security for the peoples of our Sadc region. Your Excellencies, undoubtedly, peace is the cornerstone of all our collective endeavors towards sustainable development and our regional integration agenda. It is therefore our collective and weighty responsibility to do all we can to address the common threats that jeopardize peace and security in our region. Let us remain steadfast as we face head-on the various impediments to the security and the well-being of our peoples. I wish to commend His Excellency and my dear brother, President Tshisekedi, for joining us today and being part of this extraordinary summit dedicated to relook at the security situation in the Eastern DRC. This clearly demonstrates that the people of the Democratic Republic of Congo have trust in our ability to work collectively as the Sadc family to help manage threats, not only in the great country, but our region as a whole. The long-standing mantra, and I quote, "An injury to any one of our nations is an injury to all Sadc nations," end of quote, rings true to this day. Our sincere gratitude is extended to His Excellency President João Lourenço of the Republic of Angola for his tireless mediation efforts to bring lasting peace in the eastern part of the DRC. It is most unfortunate that the violation of the ceasefire agreement persists. Sadc is equally indebted to the troop contributing countries, which are Malawi, Tanzania, and South Africa, for deploying troops and military equipment critical for sustaining our efforts to restore peace and stability in the DRC. Your Excellencies, as a region, we must boldly continue to work together to ensure that the people of the DRC are able to enjoy peace and tranquility. Regrettably, The report before us paints a grave picture of the security and humanitarian situation in the Eastern DRC. To date, over 6.5 million people are internally displaced, with civilians, women, and children being most affected by the conflict. We have a duty to strengthen our resolve and chart a way forward that will see us win this fight for peace and the rights of the people of Eastern DRC to a good life and well-being, development, justice, as well as strong institutions in their country. On its part, Zimbabwe reaffirms its readiness to cooperate with other member states for the realization of a peaceful, integrated, industrialized, and a prosperous Sadc. Your Excellencies, as we deliberate on the future of DRC, we are not oblivious to other challenges impacting our region, particularly the climate change-induced drought and the public health emergencies. Together, in unity and honor of the legacy of our founding fathers, let us stand resolutely against the common challenges. People of the DRC deserve peace, they deserve security, they deserve development and prosperity for their country. Our region should never settle for anything less for any of our countries. We need peace in our region. Once again, I warmly welcome you to Zimbabwe and invite you to enjoy the facilities for a successful summit. I wish us fruitful deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Chairperson of Sadc, Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we have now come to the end of this official opening session, which was open to the media and the invited guests. We now request the media to be excused and so the meeting can proceed in closed session. We will invite you for the official closing, where a communique from this meeting will also be shared. Thank you very much. I'd like to also announce that the configuration in terms of participation in this meeting is 1+6. So delegations that are over than that number may also have to be excused.
ichokwadi tikuenda mberi tikupa izvikuitika kuno kumount hampden kumusangano wesadc extraordinary summit taona kakusvika kwemutungamiri wenyika yeDRC vafelix Tshisekedi vasvikawo pano. Tinoziva kuti ndo nyika ine nhau iri kukurukurwa mukati mezuva ranhasi kusagadzikana kuri kueastern DRC. vaChisekedi vasvika kuti vapinde musangano iwoyu unokosha zvikuru mo.
His Excellency the President of the Republic of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Felix Antoine Tshisekedi, arriving at the venue where the extraordinary summit of heads of state and government will be convening for that very crucial summit, which will be speaking to issues of peace and stability in the region. And chief among the very top issues is on the eastern parts of DRC, where of course they will be speaking to the disturbances that have been happening in his country. So His Excellency the President President Tshisekedi, who is the president of DRC, will be, of course, speaking to the other heads of state and government in this extraordinary summit in terms of also understanding the way forward to dealing with the issues that are happening in his country. But of course, we do know that the precursor meetings that have led up to this extraordinary summit, speaking to Sunday's first engagements in terms of meetings where we saw the senior officials convene, also seeing the Council of Ministers also convening for those meetings as they drafted those documents coming from the various reports to do with what was happening in the region, but especially looking to what was happening in DRC. So we are to look to the expectations. Expectations are very high in terms of what is to happen at this point in time. Are we going to be seeing the mandate of that Sadc mission, which was deployed? It was, of course, a one-year term of deployment to bring about stability to those parts of DRC. Will there be that extension to DRC to ensure that there is that peace and security in the region? But we also have seen the other heads of state and government who have arrived. Just to give a quick rundown, we've seen the president of Botswana, we've seen the president of Mozambique, we've also seen the president of Madagascar, and also representatives from the other SADC countries who are represented at this extraordinary summit of SADC heads of state and government. Was an eye.
Ichokwadi Monica zinokosha kuti mtungamiri wenyika ya DRC Felix Tshisekedi vange vari pano vachiudzawo vamwe vavo mamiriro akaita nyaya dzeku DRC pamusoro pekusagadzikana kuti paonekwa kuti zvinogadziriswa sei. So tichaendera mberi chikupaika zviri kuitika kuno Mount Hampden kumusangano we-extraordinary Sadc summit of heads of state and government. Pari zvino regai timbokudzoserai kumastudios edu ekuPockets Hill tichaenda mberi chikupai zviri kuitika kuno.
Thank you so much, Wadzanai and Monica, for that roundup of what is happening at the new Parliament building in Mount Hampden, the venue for the extraordinary summit of Sadc heads of state and government. I still have my co-host here, Lucy Ngosolo, as well as our analyst, that's Dr. Leopold Chakanyuka. Lucy, it appears the injure one, injure all approach to Sadc solving of crises and issues is being promoted to the letter through the leadership, of course, of the chairperson of Sadc, President Emmerson Mnangagwa, as he highlighted in his presentation and speech this afternoon.
Ndizvo kamuri yeZimbabwe tadzoka zvakare tichiri kungokupai zviri kubva kumusangano ikoko. Tiri kuona kuti pari zvino vatungamiri vedzinyika vatopinda mumusangano wavari kuzokurukura pachavo sevakuru vedzinyika dzeSADC. Taona tichinzwa kubva kuna Justin achitaura nyaya yekuti vari kunyatsa kutarisisa nyaya yeDemocratic Republic of Congo, uko kwatanzwa pamaspeech ekuvhura musangano iwoyu kuti panga pakaitwa chibvumira chekuti kumbomira kurwisanwa, asi pane kutyorwa kwechibvumirano ichocho kusiri kuteedzerwa. Pane zvisiri kuteedzerwa zviri kuita kuti pave nekushushikana kwedzimwe nyika, nekuti kukuvara kweDRC kukuvara kwenyika dzose dziri muSADC. Yiko-ke mhuri yeZimbabwe okwenzakalayo silethulela njalo lokho okuqhubekela phambili kusenzakala. Inkokheli zamazwe seziqalileke umhlangano lo eziwenza bebuthene bebodwa sisizwa nxa sebeqedile ukuthi kuyini okuphume emhlanganweni wona lo. Sizwile nje amazwi okuvula umhlangano lo asuke wona ku-executive secretary, sezwa njalo amazwi asuke kumongameli welizwe Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, obuya njalo abe ngumgcinisihlalo oweSADC, la abakhulume khona ukuthi kuyinto ebuhlungu ukubona ukuthi kuke kwavunyelwana ukuthi kasike simeni ukulwisana ukuze abantu bahlaliseke, kodwa kulokwephulwa kwesivumelwano sona lesiyana, kulokungahambi kuhle kokulandela isivumelwano sona lesiyana, okwenza ukuthi abantu beqhubekele phambili bekhangelana lobunzima, abantwana bengasela ndawo zokuhlala, abantwana bekhangelana lendlala ikakhulu abantwana abancane. Kuyinto ebuhlungu ukuthi iDRC nxa ikhangelane lobuhlungu bona lobuyana, iSADC yonke ibhekane lobuhlungu obukhulu kakhulu, Justin.
Certainly, and now Dr. Chakanyuka, the issues that come to the fore when we discuss the crisis in the eastern parts of the DRC, the displacements, the issues that Lucy is referring to, affecting women, affecting children, the disabled, and so forth. Injure one, injure all. Sadc cannot move forward if the DRC is limping. How important is this approach when we look at President Emmerson Mnangagwa chairing the Sadc as well as this extraordinary summit? What should the leadership of Sadc decide? If it were you, what advice would you give them this afternoon?
Oh, firstly, I would want to, to respond to the injure one, injure all philosophy. When the president came, one of the mantra that he has used to rally Zimbabweans to come together in order to build the country has been leaving no one and no place behind. Because he understands that the moment you are operating at 90% without the arm, you can't succeed. So you are a human as you are. So if one part of your body is not working, what that means is you are not operating at full capacity, and therefore you are not able to work or produce quite well. So the same then also applies to regional integration. We are a region of 16 countries. So when we are talking of regional integration and coming together, we are talking of all the 16 countries. So if one country, DRC, is limping, what it means is one of your leg is not working, and therefore you can't stand properly. When you look at DRC as a country and the resources that DRC does have, if we are to be able to fully utilize in terms of the population, DRC's population is almost 80 million. So that's a market for the region. So imagine if we are producing goods from Zimbabwe, we know we have 80 million people that we can sell these goods to in DRC. If we are building an infrastructure, if we are building the Chirundu border post, we are not only catering for the Zimbabweans who are going to Zambia, but also for goods and service that is going to DRC. So if that DRC is not at peace, it means market. We no longer have a market in DRC. And also we no longer have access to the resources that are there in DRC, be it human, be it natural resources. Because we are a region of 16 countries, and therefore we have to depend on everything that happens. It always reminds me of the Sadc of the 1990s. I remember when we were in primary school, when we were being told about Sadc, you would know that Zimbabwe is known as the bread basket of Africa. South Africa is known as this, Tanzania is known as this. So I am saying when you put that into perspective, it gives you the importance of each and every one of the countries in our region. So when we are talking of regional integration, that's exactly what we are talking about. So we can't then, as the president has continuously been saying in Zimbabwe, because we have seen it working here in Zimbabwe, when he said we are not leaving anyone and no place behind. We saw development going as far as Mudzi, going as far as Lupane. And today, sometimes you eat something that is coming from Toko here in Harare, right? That's part of leaving no one and no place behind. So we are saying development in DRC is development in Harare, in South Africa. Because if they are able to produce enough electricity, let's just say they go to the Congo River and decide to say, well, let's put electricity. It has been said that that I'm forgetting the name actually of the electricity, the electricity project that they are actually doing. I've been thinking of that, but I'm saying if they are to build that, it's able to power the whole region. So we are saying the resources that are just there in DRC are enough to feed the whole of the African continent. So if now we let DRC continue to suffer, the people of DRC are dying, and these are our brothers and sisters. I'll tell you a personal experience that I personally had. So when I was at school in China, I had a roommate of mine who is from DRC. And subsequently, he comes from the eastern part of DRC, the Goma area, where there are conflicts. So I'm saying you have a friend there, it becomes personal. He's telling you the experiences that he went through as he was growing up. When we finished school, I was happy to come back to Zimbabwe because I knew I'm coming back to a peaceful country. But to tell you, he hasn't been back to his country. He's now staying in Uganda. That's where he is working. Why? Because there is no peace in his country. So I'm saying when I am looking at the situation in DRC, I'm taking it personal because I'm thinking of my friend who failed to go back to his home country. So now we are talking of 6.5 million people that the president has mentioned who have been displaced as a result of the conflict. The SAMI DRC is not able to cater for all these people who have been internally displaced. So it becomes an issue of the region because these are our friends, these are our people, they are our relatives. We just have these borders, but when you look at people from DRC, they are exactly our people. We used to dance to Congolese music, when we were growing up. You would know that a party without rumba is not a party. It's not Christmas.
I know Lucy's begging to ask you some questions. I know she's been following you very keenly, particularly when you refer to a friend and, in China. But Lucy, you can go ahead.
Zvino zvinorwadza kuti unoona hama neshamwari and you don't have anywhere to go. You opt to go and stay at another country. Chinhu chinorwadza ndo saka tiri kuona kuti kana tiri sesadhaki atikwanise kuenderera mberi kana DRC iri kurwadziwa. Saka totarisa zvakare, tiri kutarisa sekuti Zimbabwe ndiyo chairperson weSADC. Tiri kutarisa mashoko mazhinji anowanza kutaurwa nemutungamiri wenyika ino Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa vanova ndiwo chairperson pari zvino. Tinotarisa vanonyanya kutaura nyaya dzekuti nyika inovakwa nevene vayo. Nyika inovakwa nevene vayo, atireve Zimbabwe chete. Of course vanenge vachizvitaura kazhinji paZimbabwe, asi pari zvino ndivo chairperson weSADC. SADC inovakwa nevene vayo. Tiri kuita sei seSADC? Muono wenyu munoona sei kuti seSADC ndepapi patiri kunyanya kubatana kuti tigone kubatsirana kuti mumwe wedu kana achinge ari kurwadziwa, mumwe wedu ari kutadza kuita zvimwe zvinhu, tiri kudii takatarisa kuti pamisangano yakaitwa yadarika, pane musangano wakaitwa wakatarisana nekomiti ine zvechekuita nefinance. Pane mari here dziri kuungana muSADC? Takatarisa kuti SADC chete pasina vamwe vari kupindira kubva kunze kuti tingabatsirana senyika dzemuSADC munomu.
Ndinotenda nemubvunzo iwo wamabvunza nekuti zvinhu zvataura vedu wenyika vapa kutendawo zvekare kunyika nhatu dzatinoti idzo ma-troops contributing countries, nyika yeSouth Africa, nyika yeTanzania nenyika yeMalawi. Pamusoro pebasa guru ravari kubata rekuendesa zvizvarwa zvenyika yavo kuti vanobatsira kuchengetedza runyararo munyika yeDRC. Izvozvo tinofanira kuzvitenda nekuti kuratidza kuva paumwe chete hwedu uye nekushandira pamwe chete nekuonawo zvekare kuti mumwe wangu apindana nedambudziko, kana ari pakati pedambudziko haagone kuzvimiririra. Ndikape muenzaniso wekuti tiri kuti isusu pakaitika cyclone Idai, vanhu vawirwa nedambudziko havana mukana panguva iyoyo yekuti vagone kuumbiridza upenyu hwavo vadzokere zvekare pavakanga vari. Zvinoda sahwira kuti auya agokubatsira kuti urwe hondo nematambudziko auri kuirwisana nawo aya, kuti udzokedzane paya pawakambenge uri, kuti uzogona kuzvishandira uyewo zvekare kuzvimirira. Saka izvozvo ndo zvatiri kuita sedunhu reSADC, kuti ngatiisei musoro yedu pamwe chete tigobatsirana. Ende akazi riko kekutanga mukada kuzvitarisa kataita rwirangwe kunyaya dzematambudziko dziri kutiwira mudunhu redu. Mucharangarira ipo kuti kuma 1980 kusvika kuma 1990s uku Zimbabwe imwe yenyika dzakaenda kunyika yeMozambique dzichinobatsira kurwisa renamo yakanga yapinda ichikonzeresa nyonga munyika yeMozambique. Tikabatsirana uyo tikakwanisa kunge tichikunda. Tikabva ikoko tikaenda zvekare kunyika yeDRC ikoko tikanorwa tichinobatsira kuri kuedza kuunza runyararo munyika yeDRC, tikakundawo zvekare. Mugore ra 2012 nyika dzeSADC zvekare dzakaita chisungo chadzakaita kunyika yetanzania yekuti dambudziko riri muDRC raakuda kuti isu pachedu tiende tinobata futi tinorwisa chigurupu reM23 pakaenda nyika 3 idzodzi zvekare apa pasi peboka rainzi iro Forces Intervention Bureau rikanopinda rikakwanisa kunorwisa varwi veM23 vakakurira. Saka izvozvo tikada kuzvitarisa zvinotidzosera kugore ra1980 pakavambwa musangano weSadc kuti chimwe chechinangwa chatakanga tiinacho chakanga chiri chei. Chakanga chiri chekuti ngatibatanei sevana vamunhu mumwe chete tigorwira hondo dzedu nenhamo dzedu sevana vamunhu mumwe chete tigokunda, nekuti kana tichinge takapatsanurana hatina chinogona kumira, asi kana tichinge takabatana zvinoita izvo kuti tinge tichikunda. Ndochidzokera zvekare kumubvunzo wenyu wamabvunza wemusangano wakaitwa nezuro where the Council of Ministers and Finance Committee wakakoshera pakuti muchaona kuti zvakambotaurika pamusangano wapera wemuna August wekuti Sadc Development Fund ngatiinge tichiita kuti igokwanisa kushanda ichishanda kuitira kuti nyika nenyika ngadzive dzinoisa chidimbu chemari dzavanoisa kumusangano weSadc dzinozoshanda pakurwisa matambudziko aya atinenge tasangana nawo. Saka tikaramba tichidaro vazvitaurawo zvekare executive secretary kuti nyika idzo dzisati dzabhadhara mwero wavo ku SAMI DRC vadzikurudzira kuti ngadzibvise maresources iwawo kuitira kuti zvinotibatsira sedunhu. Chinozoitika ndechekuti kazhinji muchaona kuti kana imi vemumba makatadza kubatana muchaona mutorwa akuuya si anoda kukuyananisai, asi kazhinji kashoma kuti mutorwa akuyananisei kana apedza matambudziko renyu. Kekupedzisira anokonzeresa matambudziko akawanda. Saka zvakanaka uyewo zvakakosha kuti isu sezvizvarwa zvedunhu reSouthern Africa tikaisa mari dzedu pamwe chete, takaisawo zvizvarwa zvedu pamwe chete, toenda tobatsirana kuti tiunze runyararo munyika yeDRC.
Yikho-ke muli yeZimbabwe ngiyathemba ukuthi liyazizwela ukuthi kuqakathekile ukumanyana, kuqakathekile ukusebenzela ndawonye. Lizwile-ke ama-missions amaningi athathwa yiSadc emazweni achiyeneyo ukuyanceda ukuthi kube lokuthula. Ukhulunywe ngeMozambique, kwakhulunywa iDRC ayisikho kwakuqala ukuthi-ke kuthunyelwe abaza kuyasiza khona ngale. Ngokunjalo-ke kuqakathekile ukuthi amazwe wona lawa aweSadc abe ngamazwe asebenzela ndawonye. Kunjalo-ke sizwile futhi ukuthi u-Executive Secretary ukhuthazile amazwe onke akuSadc ukuthi labo abangakakhiphi izimali zabo ezihamba esikhwameni sona lesiyana sokusizana njengabantwana bomuntu ukuthi kabakhiphe-ke izinto zona lezo imali zakhona zona lezi ezidingakalayo ukuze-ke ukusetshenzelwe ndawonye ukuncediswe lawo mazwe akhangelane lobunzima, ukuncediswe ukwenzela ukuthi siqhubekele-ke phambili. Kuludaba-ke olusukele ekuthini umongameli welizwe leZimbabwe uDr. Emmerson Mnangagwa uhleli ekhuluma ukuthi ilizwe lakhiwa ngabanikazi balo. Ngokunjalo siyibambe khonapho ukuthi-ke iSadc layo iyakhiwa ngabanikazi bayo. Akula omunye umuntu ozasuka ngaphandle kweSadc ebuye ezothi ngizalakhela. Ngabantu labana ababe belezinto abazifunayo abazabuya-ke bengani bayalincenga abangani bayalinceda ngokuyizinto okuncane bona bela lokhuyana okunye abakufunayo okufihlakeleyo esingabe singakuboni thina sesithi siyancedwa. Kanti-ke kudinga ukuthi iSadc imanyane izilwele idinge ukuthi isizane labanye bayo.
Certainly, Lucy, and if you also go back to the speeches by the Executive Secretary, Mr. Elias Mahosi, as well as the Sadc Chairman, President Mnangagwa, they both referred and also applauded the efforts by Angolan President João Lourenço in what is called the Luanda process that was actually established to try and bring peace in the Eastern DRC in terms of bringing to the table the DRC as well as Rwanda. Although there's this concern that perhaps one of the parties has violated the agreements within that Luanda process. But I want you, Doctor, to explain the importance of this diplomacy that the Sadc regional bloc is implementing in terms of resolving conflicts. We spoke earlier with Dr. Mpambi when she also said it's important that even if people don't see results on the ground there and then, they should understand that there are processes in the background, and particularly applauding what SADC has done to maintain peace and stability in its efforts to resolve conflict. How important is it for the SADC bloc to continue in the path of implementing the Luanda process and perhaps other diplomatic ways that we may not be privy to?
You know, the issue is violence has never at any given time solved a situation, but rather it escalates a situation. So there is need, I think this is one of the key issues that we have tried by all means to, as a region, to prioritize peaceful resolutions to conflicts. So the two processes, the Luanda processes, peace process by the African Union, which is chaired by the Angolan president, and also the Nairobi peace process that is chaired by the former president of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta. I'm saying these are key processes that are meant to bring the warring parties to a negotiating table so that we can find a lasting solution to the situation that is happening in DRC. Because the more we let it go like that, there is more chaos that is going to continue. And the more we would want to use force again to force people to come into a negotiating table, we are going to face resistance. So it's better we come up with we use diplomatic processes to, and I'm happy that SADC has also, that actually the president of Angola, who was the former chairperson of SADC, was or is still the point person in terms of the Luanda peace process, which is a plus for our region because it gives us as a region an upper hand in terms of coming up with a peace a peace solution. You know, one of the key issues that I've also liked over the years is when the African Union came up with the African solution to African problem. One of the requests which they've made to the international community, including the United Nations Security Council, and subsequently there were two resolutions that were passed by the Security Council, and the African Union mentioned it under the Ezulini Consensus, under the regional organizations, that there is a need to give priority to efforts by regional organizations because they are close to the situation and they have a deeper understanding of the real issues on the ground. So we are in a better position to assist the people of DRC to come to, to a negotiating table than someone else from a different region, because we are from we are from the same region, and we have a better understanding of the people of DRC. So peace processes are very important because we are able to pacify a situation. As we have heard, there's been an agreement on the ceasefire. Of course, it has been violated by by other parties, but it's important that we try to use peaceful means to resolve the Congolese process, because it's not, an encouraging thing that we have had the Congo, the DRC situation since 1960s up until today, when we have 6.5 million people who have been internally displaced. So we have definitely to come to resolution in terms
and
of the
perhaps
situation.
Today is the day, Lucy, that a lasting solution will be found in terms of that conflict in the Eastern DRC.
And pampao mputulangiride kuti iwamana muswangano owa closed door nguva vede iwalino tulangiride i-communique itavalwe besitshela ukuthi ikuyini abaphumelakho abantu abadala abasemhlanganweni kathesi ndo patichanzwa kuti ndezvipi zvichaitwa pamwe kuchanzi mission ngaienderere mberi kana kuti yaachiva zvayange ichifanira kunge ichiita asi pari zvino tinenge takangomirira kuti tozonzwa kuti ivo vakuru venyika idzi vabuda nechibvumirano chipi.
Well, when we again go back to the speech by the Executive Secretary, Mr. Mahosi, he also said the need for member states to honor their obligations to the standby force. That perhaps indicates to a need to extend perhaps the mission of the force that is in the DRC, but it requires resources.
Yes.
And we have continuously highlighted, discussed the need for member states themselves to independently fund those missions and not to rely on external help or other assistance from other quarters, as Lucy said, whose intentions might not be clear. You might need to touch on that.
Of course, I think the continuation of the mission also depends on a number of factors. Chief among them is, the views of the troops contributing countries. It has to be considered if they still have the resources, because sometimes when you send, you also have to, financially fund the troops that you would have sent. So their voices is very important, that because they are the troops contributing countries, if they still want to continue to contribute. And secondly, it's on the issue of resources. I think this is one of the topical issues that has been raised by the leaders as they have been speaking, that there is need for each and every country in the region to contribute towards sustainability of the mission in DRC, because without funds there is no mission. We really need funds to sustain the and as you would know, that the UN mission is about to pull out of DRC, which means the burden will lie on Sadc, and therefore we have to make sure that we do something about that issue. Then thirdly, that issue of the void that is going to be left with the retreating of the UN forces means that it's also one of the factors, I think, that has to be considered, whether leaders decide on whether to continue the mission or to not to continue it. Because if there is going to be a void that is going to be left, and someone has to fill that particular void. And as we have been saying, nyika inovakwa nevene vayo, and therefore this is where it comes into play, to say nyika inovakwa nevene vayo, and the region is built by its own people. So we can't let DRC descend into chaos. When we are there, we have to make sure that we continue, my thinking, with the mission, because it's serving a purpose. Having 6.5 million internally displaced, it means there has to be someone who goes there to protect these people. And there are also other factors that has to be considered. The current status of the conflict also has to come into play when the leaders are making consideration, because if the situation hasn't changed, I don't see any reason to withdraw the mission. Rather, it has to continue because the situation is still there. But I think we have to find other ways of making sure that we enhance the work that the mission is doing, so that it's able to achieve more in terms of peace restoration in DRC.
Like takatarisa tirikuona kuti, of course DRC is the center of the agenda this extraordinary summit. Tine zvakare dzimwe nyika dzakaita sana Mozambique dzine conflicts ari kuitika ikoko, zvisinei nekuti pane ma-elections amboitwa kuMozambique. Pamwe pazomukawo kurwisana kwazoitika, asi pane kuitika kunenge kuchiitika kwekuti pane kurwisana kunomboitika Cabo Delgado. Chii chaicho chatingati chinokonzera kusagadzikana munyika yeMozambique?
Ngatingotarisai chinokonzera hondo kunyanya, nekuti zvinobata kunyika dzese. Chekutanga muchanoti nyaya yema-resources inotinetsei. Kwese kune hondo, kune ma-resources anenge aripo, anenge achidiwa, zvinogona kuva nevagari vemo kana kuti nevekunze. So pakaita mumwe ane zvaari kuda asi haasi kukwanisa kuzviwana, the easiest way to get into that country is through conflicts. When people start fighting, it then allows we are kuda kuya kuzoba ma-resources yenyu to come into the country. So that's one of the things that causes issue dzema conflicts. And I think mukatarisa munyika yeDRC muchaona kuti ndo zvimwe zvezvimwe zviri kukonzeresa. Chechipiri chinova chamute dzimweni dzenguva kusiyana kwedu sevanhu, yatinoti yo muchirungu ethnicity, inokonzeresa zvekare kurwisana. Nepamusana pekuti tinotarisana kuti uyu haazi wemumba medu, uyu haazi wedu, saka haakodzere kunge ari paari kufanira kunge ari. haakodzere kunge ari ari kutitonga, haakonzere kunge ari ari kuwana upfumi hwatiri kuwana, haakonzere kunge achigara mumba matiri kugara. Izvozvo zvinogona kukonzeresa kuti vanhu vemumba mumwe vari vagarisane, vemudunhu rimwe chete vatange kurwisana. Munozvionawo futi zvekare nekuti muchaona kuti mukaenda kunyika yeMozambique hondo dzakarerekerana nereligion dziriko, nekuti muchaona kuti vamwe vacho vari kuuya vari kumaterroristi vane religion yavo yavanoteera inogona kuti siyanei zvikuda nevagari varimo munzvimbo iyoyo. Zvimwe zvezvimwe zvataona kuti makore apera zviri kukonzeresa kunge hondo dzinge dziripo. Chechitatu ndechekuti dzimweni dzenguva pachedu tinogona kunyimana atingati maresources, kugoverana. Magoverano atinoita anogona kukonzeresa kuti vanhu vatange kurwisana, nekuti muri kurwira zamu rimwe chete. Mwoto achimbondisiya ini ndinge ndiripo, mwoto aiwa achimbondipauka. Pakudaro ipapo zvinogonawo zvekare kuti zvikonzerese vanhu kunge vachirwisana. But muchaona kuti munyika iyoyo yeMozambique, nyika Sadc yakakasika kupindira pakaitika dambudziko ku northern part reMozambique, vakaisa emission iyo basa rayo rinova rakapera mugore iro rino, vachiti rinofanira inenge yakwanisa kuita zvatakaituma kuti inge ichienda. Kwakavanika kugadzikana hongowo iko zvino sezvataurwa naexecutive secretary kuti maelections akaitika muMozambique haana kupera sekutarisira kwataita, akava nekukonzeresa mhirizhonga iyo inova yakakanganisawo zvekare hupfumi, kudyidzana kwehupfumi munyika yeMozambique, uyo yakakonzeresa kufa kwevanhu munyika yeMozambique. Zvinova izvo zvinogona kuva zvakakosha kuti musangano uri kugara uyu utarise kuti ndezvipi matanho aanogona kubata kuti vabatsire zvizvarwa zvemuMozambique zvigone kugadzirisana nguva ichipo vasati vaenda kumawere. Nekuti dzimweni dzenguva tikasiya vakadaro tichiti vachagadzirisana pachavo, isu tikatadza kuva mubatsiri vanogona kupedzisira vana vaurayana. Saka zvinodawo kuti Isawira apindire aite seanodzivira vanhu veye vari kurwa, tiwane runyararo munyika iyoyo.
Zvinotora nguva yakareba sei kuti Sadc izoona kuti takuchifanira kuchipindira muMozambique, because tiri kuona kuti vanhu vari kutaura Sadc yadi yapindira, Sadc yadi yamboona kuti Mozambique zvakamira sei. Zvinotorei, what does it take kuti Sadc izova yati tauya muMozambique?
Dambudziko huru ratinaro panyaya yemutemo kana kuti yekudyidzana kwenyika, mutemo unonzi sovereignty. Dzimweni dzenguva kana chitarisa pamusoro pesovereignty inoisa zvatingati zviga zvinotarisirwa kuti zvinge zvichitorwa kuti nyika dzekunze dzigone kupindira mune imwe nyika. Zvinotarisirwa ndezvekuti chatinotarisira ndechekuti tiri kuti iwe nemudzimai wako kana nevana vako mukatanga kurwisana, tinotanga tati madii mambotsvaga wemumba imomo tete kana sekuru vambokugadzirisa naye. Kana muchinge matadza madii mambotikumbirawo isu. Ndo zvinotarisirwa even zvatinodzidziswa mumhuri kuti kana muchinge matadza kuwirirana, tsvagai tete tsvagai sekuru vagouya. Izvo zvinoitikawo zvekare panyika. Tiri kuti kana tichinge tatadza kuwirirana sevana vari munyika imwe chete, tinokurudzirwa kuti chekutanga ngatitsvage muyananisi agouya agotibatsira kuti tiyanane. Kana tatadza, nyika dzekunze dzozoti but honaiwo matadza kugadzirisana, isu dzine mutemowo zvekare wadzinofanirwa kunge dzichiita se dzichitora kuti dzizogona kupindira. Chekutanga munotanga mavashedza. Kana vasina kutishedza, boka randakaona rinobvumira iro kuti riende kunopinda zvisina kubvumirwa iAfrican Union under their Constitutive Act Article 4H. It allows or permits the African Union to intervene in a situation with or without the permission. Asi hazvizi nyore na pamusana pekuti kune boka riri pamusoro rinonzi Security Council. Tikatarisa boka United Nations Security Council, tikaverenga gwaro rinovamba United Nations, the UN Charter, rine mutemo yainopa. Mukaverenga chapter 7 United Nations, functions as Security Council. You know, the Security Council has the primary responsibility to maintain international peace and security. Then the Security Council, then under Article 39, can make a determination of a threat to international peace and security. So when the Security Council now makes that particular resolution acting under Article 39, it can authorize a military intervention into a country with or without the support of that particular country. And we have always seen what has always happened in situations where they have authorized that particular intervention. Libya comes into mind. Tukuti after that, then ukaverenga Article 103 of the UN Charter again. It talks about the obligations of countries, to say your obligations under the UN Charter supersedes the obligations that you have under regional organizations. I'm trying to go back to the African Union at Constitutive Act, Article 4H, to say that becomes the limitation now. To say, in as much as African Union would want to intervene in a situation, there is then these, limitations that actually limits its ability to intervene without the authorization of the United Nations Security Council. So it's one of the factors that actually limits. So ndichidzokera kumubvunzo wenyu ndiri kuti izvozvo mukazvitarisa zvese zvinoita izvo kuti dzimweni dzenguva tigoona sekunge boka resadc ranonoka kupindira musituation, asi riri kutarisa mitemo yese iyoyo kuona kuti zvinoita here, zvinokodzera here kunge tinge tichipindira. Tikanopindira hatisi taakunokonzeresa hondo here musituation yataigona kunge tangopedza murunyararo. So the first principle that usually international organizations use is peaceful resolution to conflicts. Let's utilize all the other peaceful resolutions to solve a conflict before we resort to force. So let's use the good offices. Let's use, for instance, the African Union, the panel of the wise. Let's utilize the former leaders. We can approach former leaders such as Thabo Mbeki and so forth to say, we have a situation here. You are the respected leaders of our region. Can you go into this situation and try to bring these parties together so that they are able to find a solution? As the executive secretary was speaking in reference to Mozambique, he said, we encourage these parties to utilize the laid down, legally provided avenues to solve these conflicts. Zvazvinongoreva tiri kuti isusu tadii tamboedza kutarisa mitemo yedu yenyika nema-institutions atakavaka munyika yedu isusu seMozambique, tiedze kugadzirisana pachedu. Kana izvo zvazotadza, then taakuchiti tadiwo tatarisa kunze kuti ndezvipi zvatinogona kuwana zvinobva kunze zvinogona kuuya kutibatsira.
Well explained, and yeah, it's an issue. It's something that people always raise. Why and when SADC intervenes in member states when there is conflict. So you have aptly explained that area, Doctor. Thank you very much. Now, President Mnangagwa, as he was officially opening the extraordinary summit, he said, "We are not oblivious to other challenges. For example, climate change and public health emergencies. These are emerging challenges that the SADC bloc has to contend with going forward. And we have had an experience with the COVID-19 pandemic, but we saw the SADC bloc coming together. And of course, Zimbabwe leading in terms of manufacturing of protective clothing, even exporting of the requisite and necessary gas, oxygen that was needed then so desperately. Now, we want to look at how Zimbabwe can drive the futuristic agenda in terms of responses to pandemics, responses to public health threats, in terms of preparing for issues of climate change. We know Zimbabwe is also leading with Fumvudza and other climate-proof models that it has put in place to cushion the people. But how can Zimbabwe lead as chairperson and also as a member state, a member of the SADC bloc in terms of these emerging public health issues, droughts, climate change, public health threats?
Yeah, of course, I think, issue of climate change is one of the topical issue. Recently, we had the COP29, where that is one of the issues that was being discussed. Even at the G20 summit, I think it's one of the issues that also has been discussed. The Sadc is also discussing about the issue of climate change, because we have felt the effects of climate change, especially our region. This year, we are faced with the drought, climate change-induced drought. So we have to come up with mechanisms that will try to prevent any effect that comes from such factors. I was reading, sometime that, we are only able as a region to retain about 14% of the water that we receive.
Okay.
As rain, yes. Only about 14% is what we are able to retain. So I'm saying these are some of the issues that we need to discuss and come up with measures to make sure that we are able to retain more water, which then can be utilized in the event that we are faced with droughts and so forth. So it's one of the areas that I think is very critical, because this year we are actually experiencing the effects of climate change, and therefore we need to be alert even in the future, because it's an in thing. We know that now climate change is a real thing, and therefore if we don't put our resources and our minds together to come up with ways to deal with it in the future, we'll always be faced with this situation, because it's the current thing. But now that Zimbabwe is the chairperson of Sadc, what is it that we can actually push in terms of, I'll go back into history to look at what have we done in the past, whether we were Sadc chairperson or we were an individual country. How have we contributed in terms of regional integration, peace and security, and so forth? I've mentioned earlier on our intervention in Mozambique. That was a proactive measure that we took as a country to say, well, this is our brother in our region. We have a responsibility as a country in this region to intervene in this situation and bring peace and security. In DRC, we went there as well, and we were able to, make an impact in terms of peace and security in that region. So I'm saying when you look in that history, it speaks of a country that does, is willing to play its part in terms of peace and security. And around 2020, when Zimbabwe was the chair of the organ on politics, defense, peace and cooperation, there was the issue between DRC and Zambia, the border issue in the Lake Victoria and so forth. And you would recall that the president, when he was the chair, President Mnangagwa, as he was the chair, he was able again to intervene in that particular situation to try and resolve that misunderstanding between the two countries. So I'm saying when you look at all these, it shows that Zimbabwe indeed has that particular capacity, one, to intervene in situations that promote integration and peace and security. The manner in which we were able to handle the COVID-19 you have mentioned, it's one testament of what we have done. And again, the philosophy that we have been discussing of leaving no one and no place behind, it's one of the issues that I think we should continue to champion. I remember, leading up to the 44th Sadc Summit, watching an interview by the Zambian ambassador to Zimbabwe, as he was making reference to that mantra, the nyika inovakwa nevayo thing, and leaving no one and no place behind. He was saying the Zimbabweans have internalized this. So this is an ambassador from a different country emulating how we as Zimbabweans are internalizing a philosophy that is meant to collectively work together and develop our country, which means that message is going into the region. The president, in almost every of his speech today, of course, he didn't mention it. I thought he was going to say it again, even in Shona, that and we will leave no place behind. But he has always said it, that Sadc can be built by Venevayo. It feeds again to the African Union theme that building the Africa that we want, the Agenda 2063. That is the message we are sending as Zimbabwe. So when we are sending that message, we are then able to shape the policy of the region to focus towards internalizing solutions to our problem. So this becomes part of it, that we actually do intervening in DRC.
Well, Lucy, Dr. Chakanyuka, let's take a break. You are watching this live coverage of proceedings from Mount Hamden, the new parliament building where Zimbabwe hosts the extraordinary summit of Sadc heads of state and government. We are taking a break. We'll be back with more. Stay with us.
When I was a little boy of only 12 years old, I came to Lake Chivero for the first time. And when I looked at the lake and I saw the masasa trees, my father said, "Look how beautiful this place is." Unbeknown to me, many years later, back in 1990, I bought this property. And I bought it originally just for me, for my birds, because I had a lot of injured birds, and also for my animals. And it took me about a year or two to work out that I can't live here as a selfish man, and I want to share the beauty of Zimbabwe with other people. And that's when I decided to build a bird park, because of my passion for birds and for creation. And when you're sitting here and you're looking out at the lake and you see the blue sky and the blue water, the green trees and the grass, it just makes you feel good. And I always said that Queen needs to reflect Zimbabwe. We don't want to come to a place in Zimbabwe and it looks like New York City or some other place, Dubai or something. This has got to reflect some. And I think we've achieved that, because the number of people who come here now for many, many years, over 30 years, they come out. If they're living overseas, they come here every single year to see if everything's still going and just to feel good. Then they can go back to their countries, wherever they live, and recharged and look forward to coming back home the following year. But then also we get our local people who are coming out, who enjoy just what Zimbabwe's got to offer. And we've got so much. And it's stuff that God gave us for free. He gave us the warmth, He gave us the trees, the grass, nice food, pleasant sounds of birds singing. And that's where the name Kuimbashiri came from. It means Kuimba, means singing, birds, but some people translate it as home of birds. Either way, I'm happy with that.
We are here at Kumbashiri. We've got some parrots here. Originally, they are not here from Zimbabwe, but we got them here. These ones are African grey parrots. Some of them, they do talk, and they are friendly as well. And these ones, the African grey parrots, they are the intelligent parrot of all the parrots. These parrots. And this one is a Goffin cockatoo. This one is Sylvester, and this one, I forgot the name. But they are friendly, so that even if you want to come and play with them, you can just play. These ones, they do copy like 180 words. These ones. So they can say them back.
Hello.
This one here is Floyd. So Floyd is a medium sulfur crested. So parrots basically, they are not from Zimbabwe originally. So in Zimbabwe we only have a few types of parrots. So here we have medium sulfur, right, Floyd, and this one on my shoulder, this one is Reese. So Reese is a Goffin cockatoo.
we're the first orphanage, bird orphanage in Africa to look after local birds. So all our birds here are indigenous. Well, not all of them, but they've come in as orphaned or injured, and other birds that are exotic have come here because of people leaving the country or the bird becomes aggressive, then they come here and take care of it. We're the only place that has genuine rehabs. Genuine. Everybody else, and whether it's wildlife or whatever, they buy and they trade and they swap. Queen Bashiri has got that moral standing back from 1984 is when I started collecting injured birds and taking care of them.
It's always nice to appreciate different types of creation in different areas, and it's nice to have that here at Queen Bashiri as well. We can experience the birds. And the falcon to me was something that's sweet just to see it coming over you and docking, and it's an amazing experience.
We had a bird sightings where we saw them fly, and one of the things that happened was he would swing the chicken around, and then the falcons would come and they would try to get the chicken, and they would miss a few times, but he made them miss. So, but they were very fast, which is interesting.
The owl is fascinating. Yeah. People believe so many things about it, but when you get to know how it's silent and how the ears are quite different for a reason, then you really come to appreciate the creation. So it's a nice place to come and see creation too.
It's a beautiful place for families and quite refreshing. And I enjoyed the bird show, especially the eagle, to see how it hunts on land as well as in the water, the fish eagle.
We take our birds out from the front there and we let them fly free at 4 o'clock in the afternoons. And then they fly free, and the whole idea of that, so we're the first one in Africa to do that as well, was when we're training the birds that they can go back to the wild if they want to. And they do, and that's okay. So when a bird flies off and doesn't come back, people don't say, oh, you've lost it. No, it's gone back to the wild. If they do come back, it's a bonus. Okay, so I've got some birds like our fish eagle, the hongwe. I mean, that's a national bird. And I've had her now 29 years. Can you imagine? Older than most of the people that come here. And that bird, we fly her free, and every day she gets up and she goes off. She'll come and she'll fly, do what she's trained to do. But if she decides, which she did about a month ago, she got up, she went off, and she went for 2 days. And I said to the guys, okay, she's gone, it's okay. We're a little upset because she's very special, but she came back after 2 days and she said, hey, it's hard work to live in the bush. So she came back home, you know, and that's fine. And we got another bird, Twiggy. I've only had her now a year. She was found near Featherston, brought in as people were going to kill her. She's very, very nervous with people because her first contact with people was in a very bad way. They put her in a sack and she came here. So she's still very nervous, but she's beautiful. And then we've got little Oscar the owl, a Zizi. Oscar was going to be killed. They knocked him out the nest and he was on the ground and the people grabbed him, broke the wing. But Oscar flies to people up and down every day, and it gets rid of the superstition of Zizi being evil. So that's what people can do. They can come here, they can enjoy themselves. Hopefully they can learn something about birds. Because do you know how many birds we got types of birds we got in Zimbabwe? Over 660 types. Most people can't name 10. Shame. 660 types. Around Chivero, 404 types of birds. It's amazing. So people can come and enjoy that and just get back to nature, which is what we're all designed to do, isn't it?
What is the Sadc we want? A Sadc that is food secure. Investment in agriculture should be a primary objective of every Sadc country. Mechanization of agriculture, smart agriculture. A Sadc that promotes infrastructural development and connectivity that allows people-to-people contact. A Sadc that allows industrialization and trade among our people. A Sadc that extracts its vast mineral resources to benefit its people through beneficiation. A Sadc that embraces its diversity and shared beauty in nature, music, and art. A Sadc that invests in its young people. After all, the future is in their hands. A Sadc that innovates and conquers technology. A Sadc inovakwa nevene vayo. iSadc yakhiwa ngabanikazi bayo. Sadc is built by none but ourselves.
Angola, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Zambia, Madagascar, Botswana, Lesotho, Mauritius, Eswatini.
We've got Zimbabwe, South Africa, Angola, Zambia. Those are the ones that I'm aware of.
Zimbabwe, Botswana, South Africa, Tanzania, Mozambique, Malawi, Botswana. I think that is here.
Zimbabwe, South Africa, Tanzania, Mozambique, and Zambia.
There is Zimbabwe, South Africa, Malawi, Angola, Tanzania.
Yeah, I've got Zimbabwe, Zambia, Angola, Seychelles, Madagascar, Lesotho, Swaziland, South Africa. You've got Namibia, Mozambique, Malawi, Eswatini, Angola. Yeah, I think that's the few that I know.
It's Mozambique. I forget.
Zimbabwe, South Africa, Lesotho, Swaziland, Mozambique, Zambia, Angola, Namibia, and South Botswana and Italy. I think this was the demo.
Ndoziva Zimbabwe, Botswana, Zambia, South Africa.
Ndoziva Zambia, ndoziva South Africa, ndoziva Botswana, and this is.
And that's like Zimbabwe, Tanga is Zimbabwe. Tini Angola, Tini Malawi, Botswana, Namibia, South Africa. I'm from 14, 15, but I'm Buddha. Yeah, Buddha.
Zimbabwe, South Africa, Zambia, Swaziland, Botswana.
Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Botswana, Mozambique.
There's South Africa, there's Zimbabwe, there's Eswatini. That's three.
Zimbabwe, Zambia, South Africa, Botswana, Madagascar, DRC.
Of African history,
bringing together their remarkable leadership skills and visionary power. We take a look at their contributions as well as the lives they have changed through their stories. Now, as the regional summit draws to a close, we honor, celebrate, and salute the lives of these founding fathers and their immense contributions. Julius Nyerere, Tanzania's first president, was a key member of the formation of Sadc, and of course, a proponent of African socialism and unity. He played a role with regards to Tanzania's independence itself, and was the first host in 1980 of the Sadc summit.
Some of the problems we are now handling in Africa, some of the mess we're trying to clean up in the continent, we have inherited. The mess of the borders we have inherited.
Kenneth Kaunda, Zambia's first president, was also a Sadc founding member. He played a vital role with regards to Zambia's independence and also was key with regards to the African liberation movement.
God is hearing me. I can never sell out Africa. Never. Not me. Not these boys here. Not these girls here. We are men and women of principle. We have done all these things in search of peace, but it has to be genuine peace, based on sincere, genuine majority rule. Anything else, you can kill us. Zambians will be born out of our blood. We'll continue to fight.
Now on to Robert Mugabe, Zimbabwe's first president, who was also very vital with regards to regional cooperation as well as economic development. He also served as the Sadc chairman and also did it very well.
Carrington wanted us to decide on our own that no, we had had enough, we won't agree with this and we'll quit. But no, we knew that strategy.
Samora Machel, who was Mozambique's first president, played a key role with regards to ensuring that regional policies were maintained. He was also a founding member of the Sadc.
Colonialismo é crime contra a humanidade.
Colonialism is a crime against humanity.
Não há colonialismo humano.
There is no humane colonialism.
Não há colonialismo democrático.
There is no democratic colonialism.
Não há colonialismo não explorador.
There is no non-exploitive colonialism.
Sadc Khama, Botswana's first president, remains an inspiration in the upper echelons of making sure that cooperation and regional policies were maintained as a founding father of the Sadc.
I wish to say that I'm sadly disappointed with the undemocratic decision of the British government in exiling me from my country. Before I left my home, I was given an assurance by the British representatives there that I would be allowed to return. The worst I expected after the judicial inquiry was that I would be officially recognized as chief, but with a gradual adoption of council assistance. The step now taken will lead to the disintegration of the tribe and will have serious repercussions in the African continent and throughout the colored world. I'm sure the British public and all right-thinking people will not tolerate such injustice. To me, and more grievously, to my suffering people who have always been loyal to the British Crown and believed in British justice.
Hastings Kamuzu Banda, Malawi's founding father as well as a first president. He did play a very vital role with regards to the formation of Sadc. At the same time, he promoted regional cooperation and ensuring issues were addressed within the region and ensuring that Malawi stands strong as an independent nation.
Will you walk out of this conference every time you hear something you don't like?
Make your own inference. You think I'm here? I told you when I came here that I came here only because of Mr. McLeod. And the minute I see that the whole thing is just repeating the same trash, all trash about economics and social this and that, do you think I have time to waste here? My people want me home. Do you understand me? Right now, they want me back home in Nyasaland. Much more important things to do than listen to trash like that.
Now, King Sobhuza II of Swaziland played a key role with regards to peacekeeping and ensuring that many nations that experience conflicts amongst each other had their issues resolved. Another founding father who left a lasting legacy. Now on to Agostinho Neto, who was a founding father of the Sadc, the first president of Angola, who used his very critical diplomatic skills to ensure that backgrounds and interests of separate countries were brought together into one voice. Now King Moshoeshoe II, the King of Swaziland, a founding father of the Sadc, who ensured that there was regional cooperation and also ensured that his diplomatic skills were applied in the times of traditions, values and interests that were all put together to make the Sadc.
Thank you for staying with us. Remember, this is a live coverage of proceedings coming from Mount Hamden at the new Parliament building, where Zimbabwe plays host to the extraordinary summit of Sadc heads of state and government. That a meeting that has been convened, Lucy and Dr. Chakanyuka, in response to the growing or escalating crisis in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And we have heard from the speeches by the Sadc Executive Secretary, Mr. Elias Mahosi, as well as the Sadc Chairman, President Emerson Mnangagwa, for the need for member states to continue to stand in solidarity with the people of the DRC. When we look at the displaced, the numbers of 6.5 million people, the humanitarian crisis that arises out of that internal displacement. And as the President said, that you injure one member, you injure all of us. When there is no peace in the DRC, there is no peace in the entirety of the Sadc region. Now, let's analyze perhaps the importance that peace and tranquility plays when we look at the development trajectory of the Sadc region. Let's go back to the past, from 1980. When Sadc was established or was formed, it was in response to the wars that were taking place, but also the need to establish a peaceful environment where the southern part of Africa could develop. Now, over the years, how has Sadc fared in terms of bringing development, in terms of establishing lasting peace within the region? What has been the situation like?
Of course, as you have said, peace and security is the backbone of development. I was listening the day before yesterday when the chairperson of the Council of Ministers, Professor Mrira, was speaking. He spoke of the SADC's Vision 2050, saying that in order for us to achieve Vision 2050 as a region, have to be peace and security, because without peace and security, there is no development to talk about. And considering this is a regional agenda, so every part of our region matters, because we have to go together and succeed as a region. So as you have said, that the region was established in SADC was established in 1980 with a view of promoting regional integration and also fighting external forces, because at that time, remember, it transitioned from the frontline states that helped some of us, Zimbabwe, when we were fighting against the colonial administration, and together we again assisted South Africa to gain its independence from the apartheid South Africa. So I'm saying these successes that we registered in the past speaks to our common vision, common agenda of liberating the region and promoting development. So the transition that then happened of SADC from CC to 1C in 1992 was now to focus on economic development, because we had at that particular time achieved regional independence in 1994. Yes, when then South Africa came on board. So the whole essence was to then focus on economic development. So when you look at even the themes that have subsequently followed since then, they are all focused on economic development. This year's theme, it's on industrialization, innovation and industrialization, with a view of promoting regional integration. So we are saying, in order for us to achieve the full level of industrialization, we have to be a very peaceful environment. If we are fighting, there is no one to work the field, because everyone is fighting. We had, as the president was speaking, that 6.5 million are displaced. So imagine if these 6.5 million today were working the field, how much would they have produced, either as farmers, as engineers, as technocrats, as whoever they could be. These people would have been able to build their country. And it's not only affect the Congolese people per se, but we are also a country that relies on resources from Mozambique, because from DRC, because they are part and parcel of our region. Think of Zambia. They share borders with DRC. They export into DRC, we also export into Zambia and export into DRC. So when then there is conflict, we can't work together. Leading up to, again, the summit, I was listening again to one of the interviews that was given by one of the deputy executive secretary. She is from DRC. It was here on ZBC, luckily. And she was speaking about issues of infrastructure. So she spoke about the challenges that she had in order to travel from DRC going to Botswana. She had to go via Ethiopia, from Ethiopia to South Africa, then come to DRC to Botswana. So I'm saying these are some of the issues that comes, because when there is no peace, no one wants to come and develop in that particular country. Right now, as Zimbabwe, we are celebrating the construction of a new parliament. We are talking of the Manidze company. We are talking of the Wange 7-8. I'm saying it's infrastructure. Why? Because we are at peace. So we are able now to focus on other key issues of our country, such as infrastructure development, economic development. But now the people of DRC do not have that luxury to focus on building infrastructure, to talk of economic development. They are preoccupied with making sure that the people are safe
and
from
they are alive.
The conflicts. Exactly. So to date, when you look at how many people have died in Mozambique, not only because of the war, but from other factors that come as a result of war, malnutrition, disease, they run up to millions of people.
Abuse.
Yes. You have women being raped each and every day. You have children that are being used as child soldiers today. Children who are the future of our continent, who are the future of SADC, when we are talking of Vision 2050, when we are talking of Agenda 2060, we are not talking about ourselves. We are talking of the future, the children who are today being used as child soldiers. We are talking of the young women who are supposed to give birth to our future, who are being raped today, who are being killed, who are being maimed today. So what we are saying now is, of course, as you have asked, what have we done so far as a region in terms of course, our region, I would say, apart from that situation and probably the northern Mozambican part, southern region has done fairly well in terms of peace and security than any other region that you can think of in the African continent. You talk of the eastern part of Africa, they've worked issues, terrorism and so forth, the northern part of Africa, and southern African region has been one of the relatively peaceful region. And I think that's why we have been able to collaborate in other factors of economic development. You talk of a number of even tripartite agreements that came as a result of our peace and security. Recently, we signed a tripartite agreement between Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Botswana to construct a railway line that connects the three countries, because we are at peace and we are able to focus on economic development. You talk of environmental collaboration. We have done remarkably well in that area.
Gaza
Transfrontier Park. We talk of the Limpopo Transfrontier Park. Recently, we also signed another Transfrontier agreement with Mozambique, South Zambia, and Zimbabwe as a way of trying to promote regional integration, because we have realized that through these collaborations, we are brought together because we have common agenda and common developmental aspirations. We have more issues to bring us together than those that would divide us. So I'm saying generally we have fared pretty well.
Yes, Lucy.
It caught my interest. Panyaya yamai vakatravela all the way from DRC through Ethiopia to come to Botswana. So muvunzo wangu ndewekuti connectivity yedu as a region. Tiri papi panyaya idzodzo mafambiro edu. What exactly have we done panyaya connectivity either in the telecommunications, railway mambo bata imwe yatakasainirana nedzimwe nyika kuti at least zvitirerukire seregion. Ndezvipi zvimwe zvinhu zvatiri kuita kuti tigone kuti zvive smooth, zviendeke, tinge tiri pamwe chete seregion?
Nyaya ye-infrastructure muregion medu yakakosha, nekuti ndo inoita kuti tigone kutengeserana. Kana pasina mugwagwa handigone kutakura donje rangu kubva kwaMutoko ndichienda naro kwaMzarabani kana kuti ndichienda naro kuZambia. Nyika yeZambia haigone kutora kopa yavo vachiunza kuZimbabwe kana pasina mugwagwa unoti connect. Kana pasina zvivakwa zvakanaka zvinoita kuti tivandudze kudyidzana kwedu, zvinonetsa kuti tinge tichiwana yatinoti regional integration yakakwana. Tichaona kuti musangano weSADC tine ma-agreements akati one day atakasainirana. One yacho inonzi iyo SADC free trade area. Yekuti isusu ngatiwane zvimwe zvatinogona kunge tichitengeserana pachedu pasina muripo. Kukwanisa kutengesa zvauri kuwana muno uchitengesa kuSouth Africa pasina muripo. Toitawo zvekare mamwe maprotocol atakasainirana anosanganisira yatinoti free movement of people. Toitawo zvekare yatinotiyo komesa. Nyika zhinji dzemuSADC dzirimo nhengo dzekomesa. Toitawo zvekare the African Continental Free Trade Area. Zvekare tiriwo zvekare nhengo dzemusangano iwo. Chinangwa chiri chekuti ngatiwane nzira dzekunge tichitengeserana isu pachedu. Asi tinotengeserana sei kana tisina zvikwanisiro zvinoita kuti iwe ubve kwauri kubva uchienda kumwe kunotengesa kwauda kunotengesa. Taakuda kuti tinge tiine mugwagwa wakanaka unoita kuti motokari dzedu dzigone kubva pano dzichizoenda nawo kunotengesa. Saka tiri kuti isu tichasainirana hongu agreement iya, but inogona kutadza kuva nepundutso nepamusana pekuti hatina zvikwanisiro zvinoita kuti tinge tichigona kushanyirana uye tichinotengeserana. Hongowo munyaya dzeinfrastructure tine zvimwewo zvatakaita zvatinogona kuti tirumbidze. Muchaona kuti bhodha redu reChirundu border post ndo rekutanga mu-sub-Saharan Africa yatinotiwo the one-stop border post. Chinangwa chiri chekuti ngatirerutsirei zvizvarwa zvedu mukufamba kwavanenge vachiita. Kana uchinge wasvika pabhodha, batsirwa kwauri ikoko. Usati wambojoina mukiu kuno kudivi reZimbabwe, woenda futi zvekare unotangidza wasvika kudivi reZambia. Saka tiri kuti zviite uri kudivi rauri iroro. Uchingopedzerwa ipapo wakutokurosa wakatoenda. Zvinobatsira infrastructure iyoyo iri kubatsira kuti tigone kushanyirana uye kufambidzirana mune zvakanaka uyewo tichiwana mukana wekutengeserana. Muchaona kuti ane dzimwe nyikawo dzakabvisa passport, nyika yeBotswana nenyika yeNamibia, vaagona kushanyirana vachishandisana zvitupa chaizvo. Unobvapo uchienda pakamboitikawo zvekare hurukuro ndinovimba dzicharamba dzichienderera mberi pakati penyika yeZimbabwe nenyika yeBotswana kuti vazadzikise izvozvo zvekare. Uye mudunhu rese reSadc tinoita yatinotiyo visa free. Unogona kuenda usina visa kunyika yeSouth Africa. Tiri kuti zvimwe zvezvimwe zvekuedza kuti vanhu vedu vange vari pamwe chete vachigona kunge vachishanyirana. Asiwo zvekare tichine zvakawanda zvatinofanirwa kuti tiite, nekuti muchaona kuti tikagona kubudirira panyaya dzekudyidzana, hondo nekurwisana zvinoita zvishoma, nekuti ticharoorerana, tichanogara-garisana, tichange wanenge wamukwasha unenge watezvara, hapana paucharova tezvara, hapana paucharova muroora kana kucharova mukwasha. Taakudyidzana tese taavanhu vamwe chete. Saka zvakakosha izvozvo.
Doctor, here you are doing a good job of marketing yourself. I don't know whether to the Tswanas, whether to the South Africans, the Angolans or Ethiopians, but you are coming in with critical views in terms of the need to remove barriers to free movement of people, goods and services. I think these are issues, Lucy, that you have raised, and they have been raised over and over, that Sadc must remove these barriers and restrictions, because if we are able to promote the free movement of people, of goods and services, we are promoting regional integration. Because I believe the challenge to accelerated development is this competition that is created by boundaries, the artificial competition that is created by limitations and so forth. But if we open the skies, if we open, I know Zimbabwe has an open skies policy that is actually working on and promoting, where we have now seen a lot of airlines that have come into Zimbabwe, flying Harare, Victoria Falls, outside regional and international routes. This is as a result of that opening up. So we want to dig deeper and perhaps look at what are the advantages that accrue to Zimbabwe if it pursues this path of opening up the skies continuously, even opening up its borders. We know there are risks involved here and there, yes, but what exactly are we standing to benefit if we pursue this, not just as a country, but as a region?
So I will take you back to the president's mantra again. Zimbabwe is open for business. Yes. What does it mean Zimbabwe is open for business? So let's take it at regional level. We are saying Sadc is open for business. What that means is we are open to allow potential investors. We are open to allow transfer of technology from other regions to our region. We are open to allow citizens of other countries in the region or those that are in the diaspora to come and make investments. But it doesn't end there. What then that means is we then now have to create a conducive environment in terms of policies, in terms of institutions, in terms of how we treat our visitors. All these are at play in materializing the concept that Zimbabwe is open for business or Sadc is open for business. Because you need to have laws that also protect the investment that is coming from outside. And a foreign investor also needs to feel protected when they are coming into your region. I'll give you an example that have happened in the past where we have had cases. I'll even give you the example of DRC, why it is important that leaders today are talking about peace and security in DRC. I am saying you want to make an investment. You want to go and mine cobalt in DRC. You want to go and mine diamond in Botswana. DRC has to be a peaceful environment for you to go there and do that. So you have to be assured of your security in order for you to go and invest in that country. So that's the whole concept of open for business as a country, as a region. And we also have to be receptive to new ideas and new technologies that are coming from outside. We have to accept the fact that we have limitations in terms of latest technology. That's a fact where we have countries such as China that are well developed in terms of technology. And we are still in need of some of that technology. How do we get that technology? There are two ways of getting that. You are going to have citizens of those countries that are coming to make investments in the country, and as they are investing in your country or in your region, you are learning from them. You are also going to have people like us who are sent outside of the country to go and learn in some of those countries, and they come back. They become part and parcel, yes, with expertise. So that's one of the things that we have to continuously do as a region in order to materialize the concept of open for business as a region. Making sure that our environment is conducive in terms of laws. We are well receptive when it comes to visitors when they are coming. Because sometimes the impression we give as individuals or as institutions, you can talk of corruption. If someone sees that if I go to Mozambique, if I go to DRC, there is corruption in that country, you're not willing to go there and invest. So I'm saying these are also some of the issues that we have to deal with as a region. And of course, the Sadc on that issue came up with a protocol on anti-corruption, in the region, which is being implemented differently by different countries. So I'm saying these are issues that we have to deal with as a region in order to be open for business, so that we, continuously allow. And as countries, again, individually, there is certain attitude or certain behavior that we have to either forego or get to understand that we are one as a region. I'm saying this in retrospect, giving reference to possibly cases that happened in South Africa some years ago where you had cases of xenophobia and so forth. So I'm saying as a region, these are some of the issues that we say we have to deal with so that we are able to, invite people from other countries to come and make investments, also people from other regions to come and invest. But of course, there are risks, as you have said, that we have to talk about. Issue of security is very important because in as much as you are going to open your borders, you have to know that there are also unwanted elements that will also visit you, that might take advantage. So you definitely also have to guard against those particular situations. And of course, you also have to protect your industries. It's not only about opening your borders, allowing people to come and make investment. You also have to be cognizant of your own investments so that we don't face the same situation as Zimbabwe faced when sanctions were imposed. We had a lot of companies leaving Zimbabwe as a result of the sanctions because these were all foreign companies and they had to listen to where their money is coming from. So you have to think of all those factors to say we have to promote our people also so that when such things happens, our people will continue because this is their home. They will continue investing.
Yes,
in there.
bokubede mphuli yezimbabwe ndasema kuti muli kutujata ikapotu katuswini katumwetera izili kuzwa kumuswangano imupati iwa Sadc Extraordinary Summit kuzwa kya kunganda ya palamende ku Mount Hampden ndasema kuti ezionse zili kuba gazigenda ikapotu kumasena andene tuliswini katupandulula katumvga kuli bagaya kuli bagaziba imilawo eyi abalabo kabali kweta ikuti zimvike mukati kesu ikuti mbobuli mbutukede mukati iga region ya Sadc mbobuli mbutuli kuchita ikuchitira kuti zibe inzizgo izitwendera mbuli inyika izgandene katukede gatuli mumujatane gatuli mukati igakulilera gatutagwe ikulwana gatukede igabotu gatuli akumvganana ikuchitira ikuti kube i-development intuloko nkambuka kuti kuli lumuno kuli ikulidirana ikubotu mukati ikanyika zgonsenzi zezi nikuba kuti awalya kuli ikulwana ikuliko mbuli kunyika ya ku DRC mbuli mbutwazwa kwamba kuliwo alubo kutakalinkana kuliwo ikwakachitika akazitobera ma elections akachitika kunyika ya Mozambique nzimwe izili kuchitika izili kulangwa mukati ikamuswangano imupati nguyoyo akatulangite ikuti ikwa lino ibasololi ibanyika izga mu Sadc bali kuba imbabo ibabo ngene ibali kwezga iku chuka twambotu ikuti kuboneke ikuti mbokuli mbutu ngatulinkira kunembo mbuli Sadc ikuchitira ikuti kubelu muno kube ikuzwidilira katulangite theme ya uno emuswangano ilangide kapati atala industrialization ilangide ikapati atala akuti nzezili zitu ngatulachita twamvuka Dr. Kabali kwambulawa ikuti kuli zintu izilimbuli ikuchitwa ikwa migwagwa kuli zintu zilimbuli kugwisigwa kwa ma passport kuli zintu zilimbuli kugwisigwa kwa ma visa ikuti tukonzge ikuzizgania mbuli inyika izya mu Sadc tukonzge ikuti wainka ku South Africa wakula nchoyanda wabweza imawi wabweza manego wabweza masawa wakuzga kunyika ya South Africa without any restriction watakurana nemasaga akwe basawa onotengesa kuitira kuti tive tinobudirira nzezizwe zimwe izili kuchitika yikho kwenzakalayo muli yeZimbabwe silichazisela ngalokho ke okukhangelelweyo ukuthi kungabe kukhulunywa ngakho emhlanganweni wenkokheli zamazwe yikho ke sikhona pha ke silethulela konke okwenzakalayo sikhona pha ke silethulela emhlanganweni ose Mount Hampden inkokheli zamazwe zibuthene ke okwamanje Justin akuqhutshekelwa ke phambili.
Certainly, Lucy, the summit is underway, the extraordinary summit of Sadc heads of state and government being chaired by President Emmerson Mnangagwa, who is the chairperson of the Sadc bloc. We are awaiting the outcome, and we will be sharing the outcomes from that summit as it is still ongoing. But at this juncture, we are crossing over to our colleagues at Mount Hampden. That's our Zanai and Monica. Guys, it's over to you.
Siyabonga Justin, siqhubekela phambili muli yeZimbabwe silipha ke okwenzakala ngapha eParliament building lapha kulomhlangano oqhakathekileyo umhlangano wamazwe omhlubulo weSadc extraordinary Sadc heads of state and government summit uqhubekela phambili kathesi siyazi ukuthi ke umongameli bamazwe achiyeneyo labamele abamongameli abangabuyanga bakhona baqhuba umhlangano bahlaziya udaba lweDRC ukuthi kwini okungenziwa ukuze kube lokuthula okupheleleyo eDRC umsangano we vatungamiri venyika dzeSadc kuri kupfuurira mberi kuno kunew parliament building pari zvino tingati vari yatinoti closed door session yavari kukurukura vachibvunzurudzana nhaurwa yekuti runyararo kuDRC rungauya sei uye tikunzwa zvakare kuti Sadc executive secretary vamagosi vataurawo zvakare nyaya yekuMozambique kwakaitika sarudzo kune nyayawo zvakare toda kugadziriswa inyayayo yatiri kunzwa kuti yapindawo zvakare mudariro naizvozvo
Once again, we greet you all and welcome to this live broadcast from the new Parliament building here in Mount Hampden. And it is where the venue for the extraordinary summit for Sadc heads of state and government is taking place. And key among the critical issues with regards the objective of peace, security and stability in the region, which of course fosters development, which also fosters investment for the region. And we are understanding that at this point the heads of state and government who are being led by the Sadc chairperson, who is also the president of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, leading that meeting, are in that closed session as they deliberate concentrate on the various issues which are to do with issues of peace in the region. And we also understand that the Sadc Executive Secretary, that is His Excellency Elias Mahosi, did bring to the table also the issues of Mozambique. There have been those disturbances that post-election disturbances that have been of utmost concern in those parts. And earlier this year, we did have some of those reports with regards also bringing some sort of normalcy and stability, which were brought about by some of those disturbances by some of those insurgents with regards Cabo Delgado region. But the most critical issue, Wadzanai, that has been of great concern with regards the region itself is that issue which also brought about the Sadc mission being deployed in eastern parts of the Democratic Republic of Congo, a humanitarian crisis of great note which has seen the displacements of millions of DRC citizens in those eastern parts of the DRC, and this because of those rebels. The M23 rebels have also been associated to some of those disturbances that have been happening in those parts, and so it is going to be key to understand what is going to happen in terms of tabling these issues that were coming as recommendations through those precursor meetings that kick-started from the first day of this extraordinary summit that was on Sunday, seeing the senior officials coming through in those closed-door meetings, coming up with drafting of documents. We further went on to see through the course of this extraordinary summit, there was the Council of Ministers also coming to the table with more of those recommendations. What wasn't I?
Ichokwadi mo kuti ndona urwadzi kuda kuramba dzichikurukurwa mukati mezuva ranhasi nyaya yerunyararo kunyika yeDRC. Orangarira kakuti Sadc yakaendesa mauto kubva kunyika dzakasiyana siyana kunobatsira kuti kuve nerunyararo kuEastern DRC. Naizvozvo musangano uri kukurukura kuti zvoitwa sei mauto iwayo basa rawo riri kupera mwedzi watiri kutarisa uyu. Saka Sadc inoda kuona kuti vopfuurira mberi here nebasa kana kuti zvoitwa sei. Pane nyaya zvakare yemari budget yekuti kana vachipfuurira mberi nyika dzofanira kuunganidza zvakare mari yekubatsira basa iroro. So ndo nhaurwa iri kukurukurwa mukati mezuva ranhasi. Kupera kwezuva, kupera kwemusangano uno tichanzwa yatinoti communique iye vachitaura kuti zvavawirirana nezvipi, asi tanzwa kuti mangwanani Monica Sadc Troika yawirirana kuti ngaparambe pachibatsirwa DRC kuti pave nerunyararo. Vakati nyaya yeDRC inofanira kukosheswa kuitira kuti muve nerunyararo munyika iyoyo, nokuti dunhu reSadc riri kukoshesa nyaya yerunyararo, nyaya yekugadzikana kuitira kuti kuve nebudiriro. Zvisungo zveSadc, zvirongwa zveSadc zveindustrialization, zvirongwa zvekuti vanhu vagare zvakanaka zvinongoita bedzi kana kune runyararo. Naizvozvo tikutarisira kunzwa kuti zvichabuda mukati memusangano uno ndezvipi, sezvo vatungamiri venyika dzemuSadc vari kusangana pano paNew Parliament Building mo.
Oh yes, and with the Sadc Troika itself primarily responsible also for promotion of that peace and security, as well as that stability in the region. And also it is managing the Sadc organ on politics, defense and security, while at the same time they are responsible for coordinating responses to crisis. And speaking of crisis, it is that crisis that is in the DRC, the eastern parts of DRC, that has seen the issue of a humanitarian kind that has brought about the displacement of those citizens. So we are also hoping to see what then transpires, even with that recommendation for an extension to the Sadc mission. What is going to happen in terms of that investment, in terms of that mission itself? Furthermore, especially when it comes to the financing part, you did speak of some of those committees that sat to meet in terms of how they will operate and fund those forces to ensure that there is that continued peace and security.
Okunyokaqathekile moyo ukuthi khona ngakhangela ukuthi emini sike sakhuluma lo Mr. Motion Mbano obona ngezenzakala emazweni atshiyeneyo, sikhulume lo Comrade Victor Matemadanda omela eZimbabwe eMozambique. Bonke bebekhuluma ngendaba yokuthi kuqhakathekile ukuthi kube lokuthula eSadc, kuqhakathekile ukuthi amazwe eSadc asebenzele ukuthula ukuze kube lenqubela phambili, ukuze kube lentuthuko eSadc. Ngiyazi ukuthi ke sikhulume njalo ke labanye abatshiyeneyo even oJustin labo Faraye pockets bekhuluma lababona ngezombusazwe abatshiyeneyo bede bekhuluma ngendaba yokuqhakatheka kokuthula okuyiko ukuthula okulokothelwa ngamazwe eSadc ikho namhlanje behlangana bephana ingqondo bephana imbono etshiyeneyo ukuthi kwinokungenziwa ukuthi kube lokuthula emhlubulweni weSadc ukuze kube lokuthuthuka eSadc siyazi ukuthi kumongameli uComrade Emerson Mnangagwa nguye okhokhela ke leli hlandla okakathesi nguye umgcinisihlalo weSadc okwenyanga ezili12 ezilandelayo kusukela ngenyanga ka August nguye ozabe ekhokhela ke ukuqhutshwa kwezinhlelo ezishiyeneyo ezeSadc belokothela ukuthi ke eSadc kube lokuthula ukuze zonke into zihambe kahle eSadc mo runyararo runokosha mkati medunhu rino ndokusaka vari kusangana vatungamiri venyika idzi.
And it has to continue to be reiterated, and hence why even as a regional bloc they continue to meet at stages such as this and even call for these extraordinary meetings, especially when they see there is a crisis in one part of the country which is part of the regional bloc, because without peace, without stability, it also affects the issues of industrialization. It also affects the issues of development, Wadzanai, and so hence why with the case of ensuring that peace, security, stability prevails in the region.
Ichokwadi rambai muinesu saramba chikupaezu kuitika kuno parizvino regai timbomirira pano tichimirira kunzwa zviri kukurukurwa nevatungamiri venyika dzemuSadc. Rambai muchiona ZBC TV toramba tichikupai zviri kuitika kuno kusvikira musangano uno wapera.
me assure you that tomorrow is brighter than yesterday.
So very good evening and thank you for joining us on tonight's edition of the main news. We are coming to you live from a new Parliament building in Mount Hampden, the venue of the extraordinary summit of heads of state and government. My name is Joyce Mabika. Susan Masona is on sign language. We start off the bulletin with our leading stories tonight. President Emmerson Mnangagwa says the region must remain steadfast in finding lasting peace and security. A Japanese government to support local climate resilience projects in Zimbabwe. Now look at business news. South African-based Diaspora begged firm to list on the Victoria Falls Stock Exchange. And later on, when we look at sport, the senior men's national cricket team, the Chevrons, say they are ready for the upcoming one-day international and T20 international series against Pakistan. Well, those are our leading stories tonight. We start off with the leading story of the day. The extraordinary Sadc organ troika convened at the new Parliament building in Mount Hampden this Wednesday ahead of the extraordinary summit of heads of state and government. Let's get the details.
An extraordinary Sadc organ troika meeting was held in Harare this Wednesday at the new Parliament building in Mount Hampden. This meeting was chaired by the President of Zanzibar, His Excellency Dr. Hussein Mwinyi. A number of issues came up for discussion in the closed-door meeting, and just before that meeting started, Dr. Mwinyi updated the media and said chief among the issues that were to be discussed was the volatile situation in the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of Congo. The eastern parts of the DRC, which include North and South Kivu and Itari, have continued to experience unrest for many years, with armed groups establishing their operations. The situation continues to pose a headache for Sadc, and hence it was top of the agenda as the Sadc organ troika met.
This time, when the mission of Summit DRC is about to end, and it is 15th December 2024, with this regard, during our discussion, we'll pay attention to the peace in the Eastern DRC, paying attention that there are still some armed groups that make killings, but also are not stable, making us unstable in giving humanitarian aid. Now, in order to make sure that our efforts are always fruitful, it's very important for the region to have strategies in place that will help us under Summit DRC, but also under diplomacy and under the process given. And through URT, we are going always to support diplomatic missions that will waive conflicts that are between DRC and Rwanda and His Excellency Lorenzo, President of Republic of Angola.
Sadc Executive Secretary Mr. Elias Mahosi also spoke on the situation in the DRC, saying it needs constant vigilance.
Notwithstanding the incremental progress, the overall security and humanitarian situation in the DRC is still concerning and requires constant monitoring and vigilance. Armed groups continue to carry out sporadic attacks on the armed forces of the DRC and civilians, leading to the dire humanitarian conditions. It is disheartening, Your Excellencies, to note that during the period from June to August 2024, an estimated 6.5 million people are internally displaced, most of whom have migrated to the area of Sami DRC due to safer environment created by the mission presence and interventions. We look forward to your deliberations and decisions that should take into account the aforesaid gains made by the mission, as well as the challenges that ought to be addressed to bring stability in Eastern DRC. I am confident that the outcome of this extraordinary summit will embolden our resolve as a region to continue supporting our brothers and sisters in the Eastern DRC and the government to attain peace, security, and prosperity.
The Troika also considered the future of the Sadc mission in the DRC, which is coming to an end on the 15th of December. Sadc endeavors to ensure that there is peace and stability in the region in order to ensure development. Josephine Mugio, ZBC News, New Parliament Building.
The Sadc chairperson, President Emmerson Mnangagwa, has noted the resolve by all member states of the regional grouping to bring peace to the troubled Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. The president addressed the delegates to the Sadc Extraordinary Summit in Mount Hamden this Wednesday.
Leaders of the Southern Africa Development Community, SADC, are meeting in Harare to resolve nagging issues, security issues, especially in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. SADC Executive Secretary, Mr. Elias Mahosi, outlined what he thinks could be done, especially in the DRC, and also the challenges that are emerging in Mozambique.
The summit has been convened to take stock and appreciate the progress made in Eastern DRC, where over 6.9 million people have been displaced internally. A countless number of civilians have been killed, and women, girls, and disabled face endless, dire humanitarian crisis as a result of the armed conflict. The summit will also receive an update on the post-election political and security situation in the Republic of Mozambique following the violence that erupted immediately after the elections. We do not expect that the election processes could deteriorate to the extent of serious conflict, disruption of economic activity, threat to human lives, and even loss of lives, as well as damage to property and infrastructure. There are appropriate structures under the electoral laws and constitution of member states that deal with complaints and any misgivings about elections.
Of interest to the President, Comrade Emmerson Mnangagwa, who is the chairman of SADC, said the region has to face this thing jointly so that the people of the Democratic Republic of the Congo can also have peace and development realized.
Let us remain steadfast as we face head-on the various impediments to the security and the well-being of our peoples. I wish to commend His Excellency and my dear brother, President Tshisekedi, for joining us today and being part of this extraordinary summit dedicated to relook at the security situation in the Eastern DRC. This clearly demonstrates that the people of the Democratic Republic of Congo have trust in our ability to work collectively as the SADC family to help manage threats, not only in the great country, but our region as a whole. The long-standing mantra, and I quote, "An injury to any one of our nations is an injury to all SADC nations," end of quote, rings true to this day. SADC is equally indebted to the troop-contributing countries, which are Malawi, Tanzania, and South Africa, for deploying troops and military equipment critical for sustaining our efforts to restore peace and stability in the DRC. Your Excellencies, as a region, we must boldly continue to work together to ensure that the people of the DRC are able to enjoy peace and tranquility.
So you have heard it. This is the issue that has been nagging the sub-region since the Democratic Republic of the Congo joined the Southern Africa Development Community in 1998. The problems in the Eastern Congo has been nagging for years. And the Sadc region leaders are determined once and for all. Ruben Barwes, ZBC News, at the new Parliament buildings in Mount Hampton.
We are still coming to you live from New Parliament building in Mount Hampton, and now joining us on the main news is ZBC foreign editor, and that is Olin Dori, to give us a bit of insight on what is taking place now. Olin, what is happening at the moment?
Good evening, Joyce, and thank you for having me. As we now understand that leaders are now in a closed session deliberating on the issues that have been tabled before them. And as we have heard from the previous, he says the executive secretary of Sadc, he has said the DRC issue remains topical on the agenda, but he also hinted that the leaders could now discuss the issue of Mozambique following the October 9 elections and the events now unfolding in that country. So now we are waiting for them to finish their deliberations and, of course, for the executive secretary to now issue a communique of what they have deliberated as a way forward to tackling issues of peace and security within the region.
All right, the chairperson has spoken, the secretary has spoken. Now what going forward?
The hope is the region extends the operations of Summit DRC that was deployed on the 15th of October, or 15th of December rather, last year, with the aspirations of finding peace within the Eastern DRC, with the hope that this peace can sustain and find lasting solutions to the various challenges that the DRC is facing. And of course, if the Mozambique issue is deliberated, we understand inauguration is in January. So the hope is the leaders have met and deliberated, and a way forward has been discussed. Member states now consider the financial obligations, the technical obligations to meeting the peace and security situation in the DRC as well as Mozambique.
All right, Olin, you've been covering events from the 17th, that is on Sunday, up till now. Can you give us, just in closing, a roundup of the events that have been taking place during that period?
So, Joyce, as you rightly pointed out, we have been here since Sunday, where the ministerial committee of the organ has met on Sunday and the Council of Ministers met on Monday, and various deliberations mainly focusing on peace and security. We have heard the secretary, Tanzania's foreign minister, saying peace has to be achieved and everyone has to do their part. Calmness and dialogue is the way forward, and that is the hope for tonight's meeting and other preceding meetings.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a ZBC foreign editor, Olin Dori, just giving us an insight on what is taking place right now, what to look forward to, and what has been transpiring during this from Sunday till today. Thank you, Olin, for coming through to the meeting.
Thank you for having me, Joyce. Thank you.
Well, now moving forward, in other news, the Geopomona Waste Management Project is proving its worth after attracting the attention of Southern African Development Community, SADC countries, and European Union EU member states.
The Geopomona Waste Management Project left a huge impression on European Union top diplomat His Excellency Joost Keetman, who toured the facility this Wednesday.
What I see is really deeply impressive because it's a very, very modern waste site, and it's not just a dump site, what it was before, but it is a very state-of-the-art modern waste management, which results in protection of environment, in reusing waste, in cleaning water as we see here, and in the future also in the production of energy out of waste, which is a very sustainable way of waste management.
Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini, His Excellency Russell Miso Dlamini, who is in Zimbabwe for the SADC Extraordinary Summit, and Lesotho Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, Ms. Ntowanteng Lebona, also toward the project, which is fast becoming a model for waste management in the region.
An honor and a pleasure for us from the Kingdom of Eswatini to be here today to learn from how you have transformed your waste management center into something that is enviable by other countries. And I must say I'm already impressed with what I've seen within the few minutes that I have been here. I was admiring, the sports centers that is here. And we are back at home in the process of improving our waste management for our cities.
At least I've come to learn how they reached the stage so that we can take those lessons home because we are facing similar situations. So we're hoping that as we industrialize, as the urban population grows, we are able to manage waste better and get the benefit of energy production as well.
The project is taking shape with the construction of the main waste-to-energy plant inside.
There is no doubt that geopulmonary waste management is gaining more attraction to the world in terms of waste management. So what is left now is first to finish the installation of sorting plant. Then in March we start the construction of waste-to-energy plant. We've already done with the executive design, so that next year after the rain season we start the civil construction of the waste-to-energy plant.
Geopulmonary is embarked on benchmarking visits to Madagascar and Botswana over the last 2 months as the project takes prominence as a lasting solution to waste management challenges. Owen Mandova, ZBC News, Harare.
And that's all we had for you from a new Parliament building here in Mount Hamden. We are now crossing over to our Pocket Hill studios in Harare, where Justin Mahlahla and Batla Nepure are on standby with more news. It's over to you, gentlemen, and good evening.
Well, thank you so much, Joyce, for that update coming from new Parliament building in Mount Hamden, the venue for the extraordinary summit of Sadc heads of state and government. And I'm joined here at our Pocket Hill studios by Batla Nepure. Good evening, Batla. It's good to have you again.
Indeed, it is great to be here. And of course, our continued coverage of what is taking place in Mount Hamden continues. We already know that the presidents are currently logged in that closed session. We also know that after that, there will be a communique that will be released, and we'll understand and get to know some of the resolutions that will come from the discussions that they're having. And of course, chief among them, the discussions around what is taking place in the DRC and the latest developments in Mozambique. So stay tuned into this bulletin. I'm sure we'll be crossing over again for the latest on what is taking place there.
Indeed. Stay tuned. And now the outgoing Iranian ambassador to Zimbabwe has commended the great strides made in the implementation of trade and economic agreements signed between the two countries. Tendai Munengwa reports.
Iran's top envoy to Zimbabwe, Ambassador Abbas Navazan, this Wednesday paid a courtesy call on Vice President General retired Dr. Constantino Chiwenga at his Mutapa offices in Harare to bid farewell after completing his tour of duty.
I leave the fond memories of collaboration and cooperation and union connections which we have formed with the Honorable Vice President. Within these years, for nearly 4.5 years, in my tour of duty in the lovely country and beautiful country, Zimbabwe.
Several agreements signed between the two countries to boost trade ties are at various stages of implementation.
Some of these MOUs are implementing particularly about the science and technology. And we are working closely with the Ministry of Science and Technology, and we are exchanging delegation, and we are working very closely in some particular of technology and transferring technology to our brotherly countries, Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe and Iran have strong bilateral relations which date back to the liberation struggle. Despite being under Western-imposed illegal sanctions, the two countries have fostered cooperation in mining, agriculture, pharmaceuticals, and energy, among other sectors. Tentai Munengwa, ZBC News, Harare.
Well, China continuing to express interest in growing ties with Zimbabwe through expanding various economic cooperation factors.
A business mission comprising over 60 Chinese companies is in Zimbabwe to scout for business and trade opportunities. Chinese ambassador to Zimbabwe, His Excellency Zhou Ding, gave an insight into the engagements which are expected to unearth more investment opportunities.
There is a huge potential for China-Zimbabwe cooperation. In the past years, China has contributed a lot in promoting the development of Zimbabwe, and providing Chinese private sector also contribute a lot in boosting the economy. But still, huge potential is ahead of us. Huge potential need to be tapped, and especially in infrastructure.
Zimbabwe has also reaffirmed a commitment to increasing economic cooperation with China.
The whole idea is to make sure that we keep the momentum going ahead, and we thought it was also good for us to then do a follow-up session to invite our partners to come and also have a feel of what's happening in Zimbabwe and what areas they can also invest in. If you look over the years, I think China has become one of our biggest trading partner, being in the top 3 in terms of exports and also number 1 in terms of imports. So that's very significant.
Statistics presented at the forum indicate that China dominated foreign direct investment inflows last year with over $1 billion. Stanley James, ZBC News, Harare.
The Japanese government has unveiled climate resilience projects targeting local smallholder farmers worth over $5 million United States dollars.
The government of Zimbabwe and Japan have joined forces with development partners in signing an agreement for the implementation of 2 climate resilience projects in Zimbabwe. Unveiled in Harare this Wednesday, the first project, known as the Livelihood Support for Smallholder Farmers through enhancing resilience to climate change and sustainable agriculture, will benefit more than 37,000 families across 5 districts. The other project will see Japan supporting construction of storage facilities for Sisame farmers in Mwenezi district.
2 projects signing today are collaborating each other and expected to support small-scale farmers to expand agricultural production, which contribute to improve their standard of living, food security, and agricultural export of Zimbabwe.
We need to build resilience following the El Nino-induced drought, and all communities were affected by this drought, and for us to come out of it, we need to certainly develop resilience.
Development partners pledged to push for implementation of similar projects to empower communities in the face of climate change.
By establishing water-based infrastructure, enhancing agricultural extension services, and developing value chains, helping smallholder farmers adopt sustainable agricultural practices. Crucially, we are also planning to link these farmers with reliable markets, including buyers from the private sector.
The support from the Japanese embassy in Zimbabwe will boost our support to aggregate sesame in rural communities and to store it properly and hygienically before processing.
Since 2019, Japan has invested over $28.3 million United States dollars into food assistance and resilience building efforts in Zimbabwe, and this Wednesday's signing ceremony marks yet another milestone in the strengthening of ties between the 2 countries.
Or just to remind you that, of course, we are keeping a close eye on what is taking place in Mount Hampden, the Sadc Extraordinary Summit. And of course, we know that there are closed door meetings that are currently taking place, and we still await to find out the communique that will be presented by the Secretary. On the other hand, the Sadc Extraordinary Summit, which convened at the new Parliament building today, had several heads of state and government in attendance, with those unable to come sending representatives for the high-level regional discussions. In attendance were DRC President Felix Tshisekedi, Botswana's new leader Duma Boko, Madagascar's Andre Rajolina, Mozambique's Philippe Nyusi, and Zanzibar's Dr. Hussein Mwinyi, who chaired the Sadc Troika Summit on behalf of the chairperson of the organ on politics, defense, security, and cooperation, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan of Tanzania. Now, South Africa was represented by Vice President Paul Mashatile, and Eswatini by Prime Minister His Excellency Russell Miso Dlamini. Zambia and Malawi and Lesotho were all represented by cabinet ministers. And in case you might have missed what transpired during their arrival, you can always go to our website to see what transpired earlier on.
Well, food is more than sustenance. It is a celebration of culture, heritage, and the ties that bind us as a global community. This was the key message from the First Lady, Dr. Auxilia Mnangagwa, during the 9th edition of the Week of Italian Cuisine in the World.
Tourism and Hospitality patron Dr. Auxilia Mnangagwa, upon invitation from the Embassy of Italy, was guest of honor at the 9th edition Week of Italian Cuisine in the World, where she described food as a celebration of culture, heritage, and ties that bind us as a global community.
Food is more than sustenance. It is a celebration of culture, heritage, and the ties that bind us as a global community. This is why we say in Zimbabwe, ukama igasha unozadziswa nekudya, which means a relationship is solidified by sharing food together. Tonight's event showcases not only the richness of Italian cuisine, but also the spirit of partnership and cultural exchange that brings our nations closer together.
Amai Mnangagwa, a gastronomy champion, explained how a gastronomy journey was birthed, highlighting how the country has witnessed significant socio-economic gains through gastronomy tourism.
My office has been running gastronomy programs since 2019. Through gastronomy tourism, the country has witnessed significant socio-economic gains from previously marginalized communities, such as women, youth, and people with disabilities. Recently, in July 2024, the first United Nations Tourism Forum on Gastronomy Tourism for Africa was held under my patronage as the First Lady of the Republic of Zimbabwe. To solidify collaboration, Zimbabwe and United Nations Tourism signed a memorandum of understanding on the establishment of the African Tourism Academy for Culinary Arts in collaboration with United Nations Tourism. The Tourism Academy will be established in Victoria Falls Resort Town and will be the first of its kind in Zimbabwe and the Africa region at large. It is my hope that Italian chefs will partner with this Culinary Academy by sharing their skills with our budding chefs.
The First Lady, who is the country's patron for tourism and hospitality, commended the Embassy of Italy for using the platform not only to promote culinary excellence, but also to encourage dialogue and cooperation in the hospitality industry. She added the need to continue building bridges through such meaningful exchanges, strengthening the partnership between the two nations. The Italian ambassador to Zimbabwe, His Excellency Umberto Malnati, explained what the celebrations entail.
It's so a pleasure to welcome you all to this celebration of the rich culinary traditions of Italy, their history, values, and passion. Italian cuisine, with its vast regional diversity, offers multiple options for any taste, and it is nowadays very popular all over the world. Tonight, we promote the Mediterranean diet, recognized by UNESCO as an intangible cultural heritage of humanity, with its great focus on sustainability and health. Besides savoring exquisite dishes, this event for the Italian cuisine is also an opportunity to share knowledge and skills.
The ambassador also unveiled a book titled Italian Cuisine, a take of its roots, created specifically for the occasion. At the event, guests were treated to both Italian and Zimbabwean cuisines, with Zimbabwe's staple sadza being part of the show. The celebrations were held under the theme Mediterranean Diet and Culinary Roots, Health and Tradition. The Mediterranean diet is recognized as an intangible cultural heritage of humanity by UNESCO. Colette Msanyera, ZBC News, Harare.
Zimbabwe is set to present a compelling case for the immediate and unconditional removal of illegal sanctions imposed on the country by the West at a high-level conference on sanctions at the United Nations in Geneva, Switzerland, starting this Thursday.
Zimbabwe has been grappling with crippling economic sanctions for over 2 decades, imposed by the United States through the Zimbabwe Democracy and Economic Recovery Act. The so-called targeted sanctions have become a calculated tool for economic suffocation, eroding the nation's ability to grow and prosper, depriving citizens of access to essential services such as healthcare, education, and infrastructure, thereby affecting the full realization of human rights. In an effort to address these challenges, a Zimbabwean delegation led by the Minister of Justice, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, Honorable Ziyambi, is in Geneva, Switzerland, to call for the unconditional and immediate removal of sanctions.
As a country, we are going to present a paper that would show the negative impact of the unilateral coercive measures that were imposed on our country, to indicate the losses that we made because of the sanctions. We could not access lines of credit. Our people suffered because of the sanctions that were imposed on Zimbabwe. So generally we'll share with others that, listen, the imposition of these unilateral coercive measures, even though they try to portray them as targeted, they've had a huge impact on the enjoyment of rights of the generality of our people.
The 2-day international conference on sanctions, business and human rights, co-organized by the Special Rapporteur on the negative impact of unilateral coercive measures on the enjoyment of human rights, Professor Alena Dohan, and a group of friends in defense of the Charter of the United Nations, aims to unite diverse stakeholders in addressing the complexities surrounding unilateral sanctions.
Donzo musangano iwoyo ndere kuratidza kunyonganisa kunoita zvirango izvozvi. Tiri kushanda na Special Rapporteur uyezve tine bato renyika dzine muonerano wakafanana, vatingati pachirungu Group of Friends in Defense of the UN Charter, inosanganisira vanana Cuba, vanana China, vanana Russia. Chikwata ichochi chiri kushanda zvikuru kupusha kutaura nezve kuipa kwakaita masanctions iwaya uye kuti abviswe.
The platform will also offer an opportunity to address the most important aspects of interaction of states and businesses in sanctions environments, the obligations of public and private actors under the international law, as well as avenues to minimize over-compliance and to promote and protect human rights. Peter Chivima, ZBC News, Geneva.
Or just a reminder that you are still watching the main news. There are more stories on our website. You can go there. It is www.zbcnews.co.zw. We are also available on social media. Just look up ZBC News Online. That is on Facebook, Instagram, and we also have a YouTube channel where you can find the latest on what is taking place. Our Facebook page is always live when we do have live events, including this news bulletin, so you can join us and get a live feel of what is taking place. Well, this is what you can expect when we return from the break. We'll look at your business news, where the South African-based Diaspora-backed firm is expected to list on the Victoria Falls Stock Exchange. Later on in your sport, the senior men's national cricket team, the Chevrons, say they are ready for the upcoming one-day internationals and the T20 series against Pakistan. Be sure to join us for that and a whole lot more when we come back.
When I started out, life was tough. I learned I was not alone. The other women supported me. I started my own small business, and slowly, very slowly, life got better. Today, my business is thriving, and I'm able to provide for my family. And I'm grateful for the friends who are there for me. After all, we all need a friend. Zimgold, your trusted friend.
Start your week off right with the TM Pick n Pay's Monday and Tuesday bonus savings. Unlock big savings and make the most of your weekly budget. TM Pick n Pay. Real value always.
Christmas is coming to town.
Dashing through the aisles, specials all around. Wow. Children all in smiles when they hear the sound. No one can resist, no need for shopping lists. There is so much goodness here, you'd be silly to miss. Jingle bell, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to shop.
If you drink, be responsible.
Thank you so much for staying with us. Government is forging partnerships with financial institutions and private players to provide affordable housing and clear the existing backlog.
The National Building Society (NBS) has developed over 700 housing stands in Harare's Glaudina suburb in its quest to complement government's efforts to clear the housing backlog, which stands at over 1 million. Government officials this Wednesday toured part of the project, which comprises 9 blocks of flats that will accommodate over 200 families.
It is extremely good that we have this kind of accommodation. It is what we should be looking at throughout the country, at most of our cities, because it brings decent accommodation which is healthy for our families and children as we look forward to Vision 2030, as the President always says.
But kunoda kutanga ideal flats anotibatsira kuti tidzikise nyaya yeaccommodation muno muHarare. Chinenge chida kuti akawanda atovakwa akadai anochiramba achikwira kuenda mudenga, unaita kushaya nzvimbo yekuvaka yezvino, nzvimbo yopera vanhu takutonanga kunobatana namanyame ana Goromonzi uko ana Norton uko. Tiri kuencourage hurumende nevamwe vese vari kuvaka as much as possible vavake vachikwira kuenda kumusoro.
The project, which will be completed next month, has been cited as a solution to the housing and spatial planning challenges as it caters for the low to middle income demographic.
Those 9 blocks of flats have got 288 housing units, and they are sitting on 1.95 hectares of land. And the project is happening at a cost of around USD 50,000 for 1 unit. So far, you can see that overall we have achieved up to 82% completion, and we are targeting to finish that by the 31st 2024 this year. So forecasting with where we are, we are also committed to ensure that we deliver by such a date. We have got 723 stands that we have developed in partnership with our parent, NASA.
These are the kind of housing planning and delivery that we encourage as a city. Lawful, meets all inspections, strong, durable, safe for the inhabitants, and orderly. And we will be able to provide all the services that are required: water, electricity, and schools around.
Government has adopted a deliberate stance and broader initiatives guided by the Human Settlements Policy aimed at providing properly planned housing solutions to increase the country's housing stock. John Nandara, ZBC News, Harare.
Well, the media has been identified as a key partner in driving Zimbabwe's sustainable development journey as government continues to push forward with the development agenda.
A week-long media workshop organized by the United Nations is underway in Masvingo, focusing on empowering journalists with the skills and knowledge to effectively communicate key development issues. The issues include Sustainable Development Goals and Africa Agenda 2063, which are crucial for promoting sustainable development values. Masvingo Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution, Honorable Ezra Chadzamira, highlighted the media's vital role in shaping public opinion and championing sustainable development.
The media serves as a primary source of information for the public. It provides news, analysis, and commentaries on various topics shaping public opinion, knowledge, and understanding. Therefore, the media has a responsibility for reporting accurately and objectively to ensure the public is well informed.
Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services Permanent Secretary, Mr. Nick Mangwana, represented by Director Media Services, Mr. George Chisoko, emphasized the media's vital role in promoting the National Development Strategy 1, Zimbabwe's blueprint for achieving Vision 2030.
It is the duty of the media to raise awareness of National Development Strategy 1 by informing our people what it is and to rally the populace behind it. Plans found in NDS 1 are the strategies for taking charge. And it is the duty of the media to dissect these strategies and carry the people on board as Zimbabwe's survival through these strategies is hinged on united and committed force that supports the strategies without an element of sabotage and malice.
United Nations Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator, Mr. Edward Callon, reaffirmed the UN's commitment to supporting a robust media landscape in Zimbabwe.
The United Nations recognizes the media as a pivotal tool in shaping public opinion to promote inclusive and sustainable development. Zimbabweans today have access to a wide range of information channels, including the print, electronic media like televisions and radio, including community radios and web-based media through the internet and mobile telephone. Used responsibly, these channels provide substantial opportunity for Zimbabwe's development.
The 17 Sustainable Development Goals are designed to tackle some of the world's most pressing challenges, including hunger, poverty, inequality, climate change, environmental degradation, peace, and justice. Abigail Tembo, ZBC News, Masvingo.
Well, time now for us to cross over to our Montreal studios, where we join Dora Ngube, who will be giving us stories from that end. Good evening, Dora.
Good evening, Justin and Butler. Many thanks for taking us on. And of course, many thanks to Joyce, who's taking care of business from Mount Hampton. And now in our next report, the Chingoma community of Mberengwa district has benefited from the completion of a piped water scheme in the area through a public-private partnership.
Water shortages are set to be a thing of the past in Gwai and Chingoma area of Mberengwa district after the installation of a piped water scheme that will benefit more than 800 families. The project, which was spearheaded by the Finnish Evangelical Lutheran Mission, comes at a time when members of the community were walking more than 10 kilometers to fetch water.
Nyaya yemvura iyi iri kutibatsira pazvinhu zvakawandisa zvisingaiti. Kusanganisira tikuita zvekurima, tine magardens atakapiwa, space yekurima yatakapiwa, and then tikupfuwa fish, tikuita animal husbandry.
Zvinezvi community yakubenefita zvikuru, havachatakuri migomo kubva kunzvimbo yakareba.
Finnish Evangelical Lutheran Mission team leader Mrs. Rus Kawaza reiterated the importance of government's partnership with the private sector in the development matrix.
We are together with the President's vision to build a better Zimbabwe and particularly assist the rural communities in development. So it's very important that NGOs, faith-based organizations like ourselves and all actors, including the business sector, we all work together to improve the lives and livelihoods of Zimbabwe.
Government confirmed its commitment to eradicating water challenges and hunger.
Kana munhu waliwana mvura, nyaya ye food security yadogadzirika. Vanhu vorima all year round, hatichamiriri mvura yomudenga.
Government strategy is to increase access to potable water from 77.3% to at least 90% by next year. Karajushe, ZBC News, Berengwa.
Government has commissioned a revenue hall in Mbizo-Kwekwe through the use of devolution funds as the City of Gold escalates the issue of service delivery by bringing critical services closer to the communities.
The Second Republic's devolution program is proving to be a game changer in most communities, with the City of Kwekwe constructing a modern revenue hall meant to ease congestion in the city center. The development is also meant to improve service delivery in the city as one of the major milestones meant to improve the way the city is conducting its business.
Most of the residents, they were crying in terms of the distance that they were traveling to go to the revenue halls where they were paying their rates. So we responded to their call by building the state-of-the-art revenue halls.
Residents in the city are appreciative of the positive results of the devolution program.
Sometimes toenda kutown kuti tinotsvaga kupa zvichemo oro kunobhadhara maretsi edu, kasi zvinotaka kuzviitira pedo pedo. Satoda kutenda zvikuru kanzuru yedu, even the government itself through the president vamunangagwa nekuti establishira chinhu chakadai.
Tinenge tichitya dzimwe dzenguva ukazofamba paya kuenda kure pakudzoka munzvimbo dzatinofamba pamwe pacho panenge pari pasango kana kuti panenge pari pano pekuti ukafamba panotyisa. Saka tiri kunzwa kufara zvikuru kuti pano patava padhuze pekuti tinokwanisa kufamba kuya kuzopa zvichemo zvedu panzvimbo iri pedo nesu.
Government is equally excited by the development meant to reduce the burden on taxpayers.
I am generally satisfied with Kwekwe City Council's level of service delivery measured in terms of speed of services. You have now improved on the attendance to sewer, leakages, burst water pipe, but today there is one at Mbizo 3. Frequency of refuse collection, approval of building plans, issuance of business permits, and licensing, among others.
The revenue hall, which has been constructed to the tune of 130,000 United States dollars, is part of the Kwekwe's pursuit of a smart city status. Tafaraj Kumira, ZBC News, Kwekwe.
Public consultations on the exhumation and reburial policy meant to foster the national healing process have been taken to Bulawayo.
With some human remains from the liberation struggle and post-independence conflict in mass graves, various stakeholders who attended the public hearings for the exhumation and reburial policy in Bulawayo this Wednesday emphasized the need for the document to foster healing and reconciliation.
We will never convince about this particular Zambia
Mozambique, alikhulumi ngeAngola. IAngola satrainer 4 streams of 2,000 plus each. We're talking about 10,000 out of our training. As well, groups are.
The policy seeks to accord decent reburial of people killed during the liberation struggle and the post-independence conflict.
Policy lay mayelana ngesikhathi sempi ngicela sifake nina amakhanda silomlando ikakhulu ama veterans of the liberation struggle silomlando.
The policy seeks to guide the process of locating mass graves, to regulate opening of graves of pre- and post-independence conflict, and to prescribe standards for exhumation and identification of victims buried in mass graves.
The National Museum and Monuments of Zimbabwe has been tasked with the responsibility to offer technical guidance on the crafting of the policy.
Since independence, these exhumations have been happening, but without a policy. So when we were given the responsibility, we advised the government that there was need to come up with a policy that will guide this work so that it is uniform throughout the country.
The national exhumation policy in line with government's peace and reconciliation agenda that saw President Emmerson Mnangagwa and his government engaging the country's nationals, particularly those affected by post-independence conflict in the early 1980s. Lisa Masuku, ZBC News, Bulawayo.
Well, and that's it from us here at Montrose. We take a break. Thereafter, we take you back to our Pocket Soul studios for more news. To stay with us.
Unwrap a world of entertainment with DSTV.
All right.
Wow.
It's who I am. Time for you to see the world.
The only thing that is important is happiness.
That's the reason why I'm here.
Wish me like.
This is where all the fun times are happening. There we go again. Fantastic goal.
Join me. Experience the magic with DSTV, your home of entertainment.
It's good to have you stay with us, and if you have just joined us, this is the main news. We now get into business. The capital raising plan for Zimbabweans living abroad is on track, with a South Africa-based Diaspora-backed firm set to list on the Victoria Falls Stock Exchange next month. The details.
A presentation of the capital raising plan for Zimbabweans in the diaspora held on Tuesday night indicates that Diaspora Capital will list on the Victoria Falls Stock Exchange VFX through reverse listing of its parent entity, Bridgeford Capital, currently listed on the Zimbabwe Stock Exchange. Sources closer to the transaction revealed that proposals for listing are now awaiting approval from regulatory authorities. The listing, which is a show of confidence in Zimbabwe's capital markets, is expected to attract more funding from Zimbabweans living abroad.
There is a lot of remittances coming in from the diaspora into Zimbabwe, but this is primarily used for consumptive purposes, and there is very little to no proper investment into capital investment, right? So what we're trying to do is basically provide a platform where diasporians can invest, for example, for retirement in a home. They can invest in a home that provides rental income, right? And that doesn't really work very well if you just send cash, say, to your rural area. So I think that's one of the key benefits of what we're trying to achieve.
With the central bank data showing diaspora remittances to Zimbabwe are averaging over $3 billion per year, the listing of the company is expected to position the country as a safe haven for global capital flows.
The reasons why we want to list on the Victoria Falls Stock Exchange is because Zimbabweans understand the diaspora. So we're using the VFX as our stepping stone going into the rest of the diaspora market. So once we list it there, We build credibility of what we want to do. We raise some money that's going to assist our entities to grow. And from there is we take the business into the rest of Africa.
The VFX, whose trading is in United States dollars, was created by government to attract foreign currency generating entities that need to raise more capital for expansion, is also expected to create better returns to shareholders. Stanley James, ZBC News, Harare.
And that report from Stanley James. Now look at your business news. Let's take a look now at the arts. Now, guess who's back home? Miss Universe Zimbabwe, Sakile Dube. She's back home after flying the country's flag high in Mexico at the Miss Universe pageant that hogged the limelight last week.
It was a hero's welcome for Miss Universe Zimbabwe, Sakile Dube, who touched down at the Robert Gabriel Mugabe International Airport in Harare this Wednesday afternoon. The beauty queen, who made it in the top 30 of the global pageant in Mexico on Saturday night, thanked the Zimbabweans for the love and support during her participation at the event.
Support was heard and it was seen and it was overwhelming. It's so very rare for Zimbabwe to be heard on such an international stage, to be seen, but you made it possible, Zimbabwe. You made it possible with your love and your support, and I just want to say how grateful I am. Thank you so much. I could not have walked this journey alone.
The beauty queen also got support from several Zimbabweans, among them Miss Universe board member Mrs. Miniotabo Chiwenga.
Whether you run a hotel, lodge, or guest house, keep your guests entertained and coming back for more with DSTV for Business. Our DSTV stay package options match your needs and budget. Make your visitor stay unforgettable with the best channels for sport, blockbuster movies and series, kids inspiration, lifestyle, documentaries, news, and more. Contact us today and let your guests experience your business at its best with DSTV for Business.
Welcome back. Time now for sport. Zimbabwe will once again dine with the big boys of African football after qualifying for the Africa Cup of Nations set for Morocco next year.
Qualifying for the Africa Cup of Nations tournament was once considered a holy grail in Zimbabwe, while some believed in the case of Ghanaian coach Ben Kofi was frustrated into believing that Zimbabwe would not qualify for any major tournament. Whether true or false, that was changed in 2004 when legendary coach Sadc led the Warriors to their first ever AFCON finals in Tunisia. As if to cement the Warriors' place among the African big boys, 2 years later Charles Mhlari took the national team to another AFCON tournament, this time in Egypt. 11 years passed before Callisto Pasua ensured qualification to the 2017 AFCON, and since then the Warriors have been part of the cast at the continent's biggest football showpiece, save for the 2023 tournament when Zimbabwe was suspended by World Football Governing Body FIFA. German coach Michael Nessa has become the latest coach to lead the Warriors to the AFCON finals with 9 points, a marginal increase from 2021 under Zdravko Logarusic when Zimbabwe made it to Cameroon with 8 points. The highest point tally for Zimbabwe in AFCON qualifiers was 11 points in 2017 under Callisto Pasua and 2019 under Sadc, who was back for a second dance at AFCON. Despite being a permanent feature at AFCON, the Warriors have never gone beyond the group stages.
It's a bit strange. The whole qualification was also very condensed. Imagine a key player gets injured, he's out of the complete qualification. No? And so it was a real challenge, this qualification. It was condensed. When you lose, You cannot rectify things. The calendar is fully packed. You have no time to train. When we play now in Cameroon, I can tell you we have only one session, 60 minutes in the stadium. But I must also say it gives us time.
The 2025 tournament will be held in Morocco in December next year. Meanwhile, the locally based Warriors and the technical department expected back home from Cameroon this Thursday. The Warriors put a brave fight before losing 2-1 under controversial circumstances in their last 2025 AFCON qualifier this Tuesday. Lawrence Susida, ZBC News, Harare.
Elsewhere, the Chevrons, that's the Zimbabwe senior men's cricket team, have intensified preparations for the upcoming one-day internationals and the T20 international series against Pakistan that will be played in Rio.
Zimbabwe's senior men cricket team jetted into Bulawayo this Monday for the limited overs series against Pakistan, which starts with ODIs penciled for the 24th, 26th and 28th of this month at Queen's Sports Club. ODI captain Craig Evan told ZBC News that they are ready for a busy summer season.
Just getting used to conditions, getting used to the hot weather down in Bulawayo, but we're really looking forward to the week ahead. And hopefully we can put in some good performances throughout the tour. I think there should be a lot of excitement and enthusiasm, I think, around the way we're going to play our cricket. I think we're going to be really positive, try and take it to the opposition. We're also really looking forward to the challenge, looking forward to playing some tough cricket, especially knowing that we've got a very busy summer calendar ahead of us. So it's great to start off like this against Pakistan.
The addition of a youthful flair to the squad in uncapped talent Trevor Gwandu, Chinotenda Maposa and Tashinga Musekiwa is expected to be a game changer.
The majority of our players are in good form, in particular Craig Irvine, who's had a great start to the season with his franchise. He's been churning out the 100, so that's good signs. Let's hope it continues through this series. Well, I think there's a bit of a balance between senior players and sort of the younger crowd, if we want to call them that, which is quite nice. So we want those youngsters to come in and bring as much energy as possible, but still then to obviously learn and feed off the more senior players that have been around for a while. There was a big build-up towards the Kenya sort of leg, and let's hope that sort of filters through into this series now, because as you say, this is now dealing with the big dogs, and it's what we want to do. We want to play against the best. We want to compete with the best.
The squad also consists of seasoned campaigners Sikandar Raza and Sean Williams, as well as key pace bowlers Richard Ngarava and Blessing Mozarabani, who bring experience to the team. After the one-day internationals, the two sides will shift focus to the fast-paced T20 series, which will also be played at Queen's Sports Club. Grace Sibanda, ZBC News, Bulawayo.
Well, that is our look at sport, and that brings to the end tonight's main news. But like we indicated, that from time to time we'll be crossing live to Mount Hampden, because business of the day still continues there.
Certainly, Butler, and of course we now cross over to Wadzanai and Monica for that update from Mount Hampden. It's over to you guys, and good evening.
Ahosi to read the communique. Your Excellency.
Of the extraordinary summit of Sadc Heads of State and Government held here on the 20th November of 2024. The extraordinary summit of Heads of State and Government of the Southern African Development Community, or Sadc, here and after called Summit, was held on the 20th November 2024 in Harare, Republic of Zimbabwe. Summit was attended by the following heads of state and government or their representatives: Zimbabwe, His Excellency President Dr. Emmerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, and Chairperson of Sadc. Botswana, President Duma Gideon Boko. Democratic Republic of Congo, His Excellency President Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo. Madagascar, His Excellency President Andry Rajoelina. Mozambique, His Excellency President Filipe Jacinto Nyusi. South Africa, His Excellency Paul Shipokosa Mashatile, Deputy President. United Republic of Tanzania, His Excellency Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, President of Zanzibar and Chairman of the Revolutionary Council. Eswatini, the Right Honorable Prime Minister Russell Mnisi Dlamini. Namibia, Honorable Dr. Peya Mushelenga, Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. Zambia, Honorable Mr. Mulambo Haimbe, CMP, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Lesotho, Honorable Dimpho Tau, Minister in the Prime Minister's Office. Angola, His Excellency João dos Santos Liberdade, Minister of National Defense, former combatants and veterans. Malawi, Honorable Harim Kandawire, Minister of Defense. And Seychelles, Honorable Charles Errol Fonseca, Minister of Internal Affairs. Summit was also attended by ministers from the SADC member states and the Executive Secretary. Summit commended the republics of Mozambique, Botswana, and Mauritius for successfully holding peaceful elections and congratulated the newly elected leaders, namely President Duma Gideon Boko of the Republic of Botswana and Honorable Dr. Naveen Ramgoolam, the Prime Minister of Mauritius. Summit commended the republics of Botswana and Mauritius for the orderly and peaceful transfer of power following the elections held on 30th October 2024 and 10th November 2024, respectively. Summit received updates on the peace and security situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo, expressed concern at the continued deterioration of the security and humanitarian situation in the country, and reiterated SADC support to the government of the DRC towards resolving the conflict and the attainment of lasting peace, stability, and security in the country. Summit extended the mandate of the SADC mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo by 1 year, continuing the regional response to address the prevailing unstable security situation in Eastern DRC. Summit reiterated the regional commitment expressed in the SADC Mutual Defense Pact that an armed attack against one shall be deemed a threat to regional peace and security, and commended member states for demonstrating the spirit of collective regional solidarity through continued contribution and support to the Summit DRC. Summit commended Summit DRC leadership and all personnel deployed to the mission for their sacrifices, dedication, and commitment towards peace, stability, and security in Eastern DRC. Summit welcomed the continued efforts of the African Union Peace and Security Council and the United Nations Security Council in exploring various options to support the Summit DRC. Summit acknowledged the expression of gratitude from His Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, for SADC's unwavering support to restore peace and ensure security of the country. Summit commended His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lorenzo, President of the Republic of Angola, for his relentless efforts through the Luanda process to bring lasting peace in Eastern DRC and brokering a ceasefire between the DRC and Rwanda. Summit condemned the persistent violations of the ceasefire established on August 2024 and called on all parties to fully adhere to their obligations to preserve peace and security in the region. Summit called for enhanced coordinated efforts towards a peaceful and sustainable resolution of the conflict in Eastern DRC among all relevant stakeholders within the joint framework on coordination and harmonization of peace initiatives and processes in Eastern DRC as agreed at the Quadripartite Summit held in June 27, 2023 in Luanda, the Republic of Angola. Summit received an update from His Excellency President Filipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, on the post-election political and security situation in the country, and reaffirmed its unwavering commitment to work with the Republic of Mozambique in ensuring peace, security, and stability through the relevant structures of the SADC organ on politics, defense, and security cooperation. Summit extended condolences to the government and the people of the Republic of Mozambique for the lives lost during the post-election violence. Summit extended its appreciation to His Excellency Dr. Emmerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Chairperson of SADC, for hosting the extraordinary summit and for his commitment towards regional cooperation and attainment of peace, security, and stability in the region. The Chairperson of SADC expressed gratitude to all heads of state and government for attending the extraordinary summit and for the commitment shown to the region and the sustained cooperation towards the consolidation of peace and security. This is done on the 20th November 2024 here in Harare, the Republic of Zimbabwe. I submit.
Thank you, Executive Secretary. We have come to the end of our proceedings, and I now make my closing remarks. Your Excellency Henry Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar and incoming Chairperson of SADC. Your Excellency Filipe Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique. Your Excellency Felix Antonio Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Your Excellency Duma Gideon Boko, President of the Republic of Botswana. Your Excellency Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, President of Zanzibar and Chairman of the Revolutionary Council of Zanzibar. The Right Honorable Russell Muso Dlamini, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Honorable Paul Mashatile, the Vice President of the Republic of South Africa. Your Excellency Mr. Elias Mpedi Magosi, the SADC Executive Secretary. Honorable Ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have come to the end of our deliberation. We have come to the end of our deliberations on this very important agenda with far-reaching ramifications to our regional security and defense. The invaluable insights which were shared and our collective resolve to realize sustainable peace and security remain the guarantor to our aspirations for a SADC region characterized by unity, independence, development, and prosperity. Our decisions remain guided by the need to advance the best interests of our brothers and sisters in DRC and the entire region. Although the situation in Eastern DRC is of deep concern, SADC remains fully seized with matters therefrom. Further, assessment of progress made by our SADC mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, SAMIN DRC, reveals the need for timeous contributions of resources, including financial, towards attainment of the required critical combat capabilities. It is encouraging that as the extraordinary summit, we have committed to play our part by remitting the respective contributions of our countries to meet our obligations with regards some DRC. Your Excellencies, the report of the Field Assessment Mission to Eastern DRC was well noted. We commend our forces on the ground for their unwavering dedication and sacrifices as they implement this some DRC mandate. The task, therefore, the task before us remains enormous, and much work is still to be done to achieve our stated goals and objectives. The decision we took to extend the some DRC mandate for an additional year, as well as the provision of requisite financial and personnel resources, will go a long way towards ensuring that we achieve the desired results. Consideration and observation by Summit on the status of the financing of our Sadc mission in the DRC make urgent the need to take ownership of our own peace and security interests, including by availing the requisite financial resources. I call upon us to keep the momentum and maintain the unity of purpose which we have always demonstrated within the Sadc region. We remain grateful to member states and salute our gallant forces who protect our territorial integrity, independence, freedom, sovereignty, and the collective security of our region. Your Excellencies, as per custom, our deliberations were preceded by several preparatory meetings. May I thank the organ troika, the Council of Ministers, and our senior officials who undertook the preparatory work to ensure our successful deliberations. Congratulations. I also wish to express sincere gratitude to our young Executive Secretary, His Excellency Makosi, and the Sadc Secretariat team for a job well done. Congratulations again. Finally, I thank you, Your Excellencies, for attending and for the frank, honest, and fruitful engagements at this crucial meeting of Sadc. With these remarks, I now have the honor and privilege to declare this extraordinary summit of Sadc heads of state and government officially closed. God bless you all. I thank you. Asante sana, obrigado. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Sadc Chairperson and President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. We are now going to conclude with the anthems, beginning with the anthem of African Union, followed by Sadc anthem, and concluding with the Zimbabwe anthem. Before the anthem starts, just to announce that the communique will be shared to the press on the WhatsApp group, and the heads of delegation will be ushered out of the room by protocol to go straight to the holding room after the anthem. Shall we rise for the anthem? Thank you very much. We've come to the conclusion of this summit. Chief of Protocol will lead their excellencies and the heads of delegations and the delegations. They are going to be ushered to the holding room where they will be arranged to depart. Thank you very much. Press, if you could just...
Ichokwadi muri Zimbabwe tasvika kumagumo emusangano wanga uripo mukati mezuva ranhasi, musangano weSADC Extraordinary Summit of Heads of State and Government waitirwa pano paNew Parliament Building kuno kuMount Hampden muno muZimbabwe, uchitungamirirwa nemutungamiri wenyika vanhu vosachigaro weSADC President Emmerson Mnangagwa. Tanzwa Monica zvakati kuti zvabuda mumusangano wezuva ranhasi, tanzwa kuti sangano reSADC rabvumirana kuti mauto nerubatsiro ruri kuitwa kuEastern DRC zvipfuurire mberi kwerimwe gore zvakare rinotevera kuita kuti kuDRC kuve nerunyararo. Tanzwa zvakare kuti mutungamiri wekuMozambique vaFilipe Nyusi vaturawo mashoko kune vamwe vavo emamiriro akaita zvinhu kunyika yavo kubva zvakaitwa sarudzo. Uye tanzwa zvakare sachigaro veSADC President Emmerson Mnangagwa vachiti vakazvipira kuti dunhu rino rive nerunyararo. Monica.
Absolutely, with the SADC chairperson, who is also the head of state of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, officially bringing to a close the extraordinary summit of the SADC heads of state and government, and with that bringing to the remarks that were presented there, he did congratulate the SADC Troika, as well as the Council of Ministers and the senior officials who did the preparatory work, which was then used especially in the deliberations that were had at this extraordinary summit, indeed with issues of peace and stability being very critical. We also heard that the president of Mozambique, Engineer Filipe Nyusi, did speak to the conditions and the situation in his country in Mozambique. As you well know, there were some post-election violence, as well as some of those issues that emanated in those parts. But given to that, one of the critical concerns that was tabled as part of the deliberations was the situation in the DRC. There was that mandate for the SADC mission, which was to look to the peace and stability of the eastern parts of the DRC, an extension coming through, and this given by those deliberations that were had at this extraordinary SADC summit of heads of state and government. True to that, the financial assistance that will be offered to the people of the DRC, especially in terms of that operation, that mission with regards to peace and security once and I. It is very critical that the priority of SADC itself, which is to ensure that stability prevails in the region, continues to go forth, because that issue around development, sustainable development in the region is indeed critical. And if it is to speak to some of the objectives of the region itself, which speak to the issues of poverty eradication, which speak to development, which speak to cooperation, which speak to regional integration, peace and security, stability are very critical for those to actually prevail.
Imqotholelo Monica ukuthi ukuthula ukuqhakathekile umhlubulweni weSADC ikho namhlanje sibonekele umhlangano osufike emaphethelweni lapha eMount Hampden eNew Parliament Building obuhlaziya ngokuthula elizweni leDRC. Umhlangano njalo ozwe ukuthi ke eMozambique kumi njani ngemva kokhetho olwaqhutshwayo khona ngale. Njalo ke sizwe ke umongameli ngomgcinisalo weSADC uComrade Emmerson Mnangagwa echayela ke ihlombe iSecretariat yeSADC ngomsebenzi omkhulu okulungiselela lo mhlangano. Wabonga njalo ke umongameli bamazwe achiyeneyo ababuyileyo kulomhlangano abaqhakathekise ukuzokhuluma ngokuthula kumele kube khona kweDRC. Sizwe njalo ke ukuthi ke okunye okuphumileyo ukuthi khona amabutho aphathisayo kwele DRC aweSADC asizaqhubekela phambili eqhubakele lo umsebenzi okomnyaka omunye olandelayo. Kuyinhloso yokuthi ke iSADC idingeke ukuthula emhlubulweni weSADC. Monica jasuka kumagumo emsangano weSADC jasara kuti tuonekane nevanhu todzosera zvinhu zvose kupockets Monica. Musangano wakafamba zvakanaka kubva Sunday kusvika mukati mezuva ranhasi ndo patasvika.
Well, we have come to the close and end of the live broadcast as we were updating you on the extraordinary summit of SADC heads of state and government, where we were bringing you some of those meetings which preceded this main event of the extraordinary summit. And indeed, we came, we saw, and we can safely say the heads of state and government conquered with their deliberations and seeing to the prevailing circumstances which will bring about continued peace, security and stability in the region. But from all of us, from this magnificent new parliament building in Mount Hampden, which critically speaks to issues of development. It is, after all, development, infrastructure development, speaking true to what the region continues to achieve. So we thank the crew behind the scene and everyone who was part of this production. From myself, Monica Chanda.
Indonzo Zanai Mumbera, Takudzosera kuma studio zedu okupockets Highlands, muve nekuteerera nekutarira kwakanaka.
We appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, Wadzanai and Monica, for those timeous updates that you have been sharing with us, and of course our viewers from the new parliament building in Mount Hampden, where Zimbabwe hosted the extraordinary summit of SADC heads of state and government. And of course our panelists are here, Dr. Mpambi as well as Dr. Chakanyuka. What we expected, I know we were postulating and perhaps trying to look at what could the SADC leaders come up with in terms of that topic of the crisis in the Eastern DRC and the extension by 1 year of the SAMI DRC forces in the eastern part of the DRC. Is exactly what you were looking for, isn't it, Doctor?
Of course, indeed. I want to believe that also a job well done from the precision that we saw of preparatory meetings by key high-level officials to the summit. We were looking forward with a high anticipation and a prediction that indeed it is necessary to have an extension probably of this SADC mission in the DRC, considering that there is still a lot to be done. Displacements are still an issue, and the issue of the trapped women and the children there, and why would there be, or probably a scenario where we have a withdrawal. The mission is to make sure that we actually maintain and contain the situation in the DRC and talk of peace. But of interest again to note is the commitment by the regional leaders to remit and to the question of resources. We also talk of human resources and financial resources. I think it's key because it has been a worrisome issue to say, can we sustain ourselves? Can we commit as SADC to own our own interests with a particular focus to issue of resourcing? And I think the question has been answered.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, Dr. Chakanyuka, also as we close, President Mnangagwa, the chairman of SADC, said there is urgent need to take ownership and of our own peace and security interests by availing the requisite financial resources. Of course, as she referred to, even the provision of human resources, continuous provision of troops and the resources that they need. How important is this in this coming year, as the SADC has expressed a commitment to maintain the presence of that force in the Eastern DRC?
Yeah, it feeds into the African Union's African solution to African problems. So for you to be able to have solutions to African problems, you have to own those particular solutions. And it's not only by owning, but there are also certain requirements that are needed for you to fulfill that particular dream. So one of them is making sure that you avail enough and adequate resources to fund whatever has to be funded. And I like the fact that the president, as the chairperson of SADC, said we have committed as a region to pay our dues in relation to the mission in DRC. So it's not only about the extension of the mission in DRC, but countries have also committed to make sure that they fully fund the mission so that it fully operates. Remember, there is possibility that the UN will be out of DRC and the burden will be on Sadc, and therefore Sadc has to make sure that they fully fund everything in DRC.
Dr. Leopold Chaganyuka, Dr. Abigail Mupambe, it's been a pleasure having you on this special program as we gave you updates from Mount Hamden, where Zimbabwe hosted the extraordinary summit of Sadc heads of state and government. Key on the agenda was the unrest in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and of course, out of the communique that was presented this afternoon, this evening by the Sadc Executive Secretary, Mr. Mahosi, the bloc has resolved to maintain the presence of troops in the DRC, as well as to commit in the provision of resources. This also coming from the chairperson, President Mnangagwa, saying it is in the best interests of our brothers and sisters. Unity continuing to prevail within the Sadc region. I'm Justin Matlatla. Thank you so much for having joined us, and also from my co-presenter, Lusingo Solo, and the rest of the team here, have a good night.